I don't. You know, shit. Fucking bring a date to a comedy show. So fuck your dope. You know what I mean?
Have you ever been on a date since your dick stopped working?
No.
Let me ask you something.
No, I just tell 300 strangers at a time. Fuck that, man. Look, if y'all, this is the time to date. You ain't got no expectations. You can listen. You can talk back and interact.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
By the time this chick actually wants to fuck you, your dick might actually work.
God. Room to the 30. You know, you can relax and have a good time. You know what I mean? Fucking genius.
It's time to play the slow game. And if it doesn't ever work again, you better learn how to eat a meat pussy. That's the only way out of it. Pat's going to teach you right now how to do that. What is that?
There it is.
That's right. Dreams come true. Jeremiah is about to suck his dick. Okay. For those of you, again, listening to the podcast, they just tied the shark fin around Ryan's crotch, and now Jeremiah is awkwardly laying there. I think he's waiting for Brian to play Careless Whisper again. Because he seems pretty committed. I'm watching Pat not know what to do exactly. Like, it's just, doesn't know where to put his guitar. Jesus, very impressive.
He tied it too tight. I think the bit, it was...
Well, Ryan is a boner for the first time in a year right now.
I got a question. Is that a Nyla Elite shirt that you're wearing? Fuck yeah, it is. Oh shit, I love that guy. Yeah, I love that guy. Yeah.
What is that?
It's a guy in Carolina, man. He got his own t-shirt company. He makes them out of a shed. It's called Nyla, N-Y-L-A, which is his daughter's name. But since he always dreamed of being in fashion, it had his New York, L.A.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder how he'd feel knowing the people that buy his shirt and wear them on live podcasts have a dick that doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's more
I performed in that town, right? And then a weekend he showed up. He blessed me with like clothing. He broke the whole thing down. I was like, I'll wear it. And then I put his shirt on and I went on stage talking about it. I might have walked, but he was there for a while. Nah, he's a cool fucking dude. He gets all the MCs and featuring him on all fucking free shirts. He dope shit. Great guy. It is the number 2 t-shirt for guys with erectile dysfunction. Number 1 is Federal Breast Inspector. That's the first. Watch out.
So, Ryan, let me ask you something. What's your plan of action before we move on with you? Are you going to go see a doctor about this? You're just going...
I don't know if something could... Hey, don't say nothing. Say stay tuned to my next show, and I'll talk about it. Stay tuned. Listen next week.
There you go, Ryan Higgins. Ryan Higgins predicting that he will be pulled out of the bucket for a 3rd week in a row. That is confidence that usually a guy that has a dick that works would have.
Huge dick guy.
That's a guy with big dick confidence, not to mention no dick confidence.
While he's talking, I'm sitting here doing Kegels to make sure my shit's still working. Because I'm getting scared like, God damn, this is a thing.
He's on Twitter at Dick Don't Work. No, I'm kidding. He's on Twitter at I'm Ryan Higgins. He's that guy. So we're having fun. Fuck yeah, 2 for 2. A couple interesting people, both of them not eating enough food. So I'm gonna pull another name out of the bucket. Hopefully we get a big fucking chunky person up here. How about Sarah Afkami, everybody? Here we go.
Hi guys.
Vince dash C6s. C6.
Floyd's ass. It was hard growing up.
I made a realistic,
No, everyone just thought I was a Mexican.
realistic matchups for you. West Virginia kicker going you.
Sorry to all you intellectual Mexicans out there. Sure you exist.
Family.
Some things like you just don't feel like you really pass it in your life.
Yeah, for friends and viewers.
Like, my father's
Hey, no,
motivational
we
speaker
just did that.
was
It was,
sore.
it's a yellow,
Here I am. Holy shit. the girlfriend hashtag, more angsty, self-loathing, like Kevin Spacey in real life.
Of course, it's gonna be cozy. And like, guess what? I don't even do as many podcasts as you guys. It's
No, you're like not late.
like my show, yeah. But like, if you
So
talk
your
about
essence is like divine.
like
Oh,
sometimes,
Yeah, way to really fizzle out at the end. Really just sort of eat shit at the end. Had a bunch of nice stuff I was about to say, and then you're nothing like Kevin Spacey. You're more like Evan Smith, you motherfucker. How dare you call me a lady?
no, I know your essence and you're divine.
I love it. You have the essence of every Austin comic I've ever seen.
Who wants that?
Sarah, I remember you from you are very funny. You crushed at Kill Tony, Austin, Texas. I remember that, correct?
The Rose. I didn't go up. We
No,
were
you
there.
did the stand-up show with us, or something like that.
No, she was on acid.
What do I remember?
I was on acid, but that was like a sham. I mean, it wasn't a sham. It was like not planned. Set and setting, guys.
Sarah, stand-up. You're professional.
And set and setting.
Of course, the only girl to ever get on her knees at the show is a fucking lesbian. That's how this
But
shit.
I don't have the balls to use my strap on.
Do you have a strap on?
Yeah.
Is that really true? And you've never used it?
No,
I thought the only person that didn't use their dick was Ryan Higgins. God.
You sound so excited when you deliver
Oh,
that.
so good. So good.
He leaned into that motherfucker.
Even I, with my own brain, sometimes I'm like, oh, am I good?
That second joke, man, fucked me up because it started with so much promise about your dad being a motivational speaker that you just start jumping around and shit. So yeah, it's something there that you can like lean into, you know what I mean? But you just didn't.
You have such a likable face. You have such a likable round head. You have the head of a emoticon. Do you know that?
Yeah.
It's like perfectly round and yellow.
That's a way to be described.
If a stand-up set was only supposed to be 9 seconds long, you would be the greatest comic of all time. But then you just ain't shit the rest of the time.
Did I really?
But the first joke was awesome. I love that first joke. Do more like that one.
Okay.
Do more of the stuff that works.
Yeah.
I know, you're right. No, I was
No,
going
because that was a real good turn. I didn't see the Mexican arena. I didn't see that coming. I liked it. You know, and then yeah, you just seem like the last.
How long have you?
I don't know. They're jumping around. I forget what that was.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it was anxiety. I have ADHD, but it's I've just been like a hack and not doing stand up.
All right.
Thanks, but anyways.
Pat always
Yeah, what was your father
Pat
say?
always defends the hipsters. Oh, don't say that about yourself. Don't say that about yourself with your glasses that you're wearing.
No, it's not hipster. They're just emotionally unstable. So I defend emotionally unstable.
I am.
Yeah, and there is not a fucking name in this bucket, my friend, that is not emotionally unstable. I promise.
Yes, comedy.
There's not one. There's people whose fucking dicks don't work, man. Emotionally unstable? That's fucking school. Alright, let's do it. Sarah, what do you do for work?
Well, I was just hired by Chelsea Handler. I was on a week-to-week contract for a Netflix show, and it started out as a love fest. And I mean, that's so I've been a hack, like mind gore.
Right, just like with your sex. You started off great, and by the end, she didn't want to be around you anymore.
No, it was her producer, the Stride of Uterus.
Well, wait a minute. So you wrote a bunch of shit, right?
Yeah, we were like writers.
All right. So I mean, what's up?
Somebody didn't sign a non-disclosure
I did! I signed like 9! Please bleep that! I signed like 9, please. I'm sorry.
You better hope Chelsea's handler doesn't find out about that.
I think amazing things of her.
Well, look, I'm not trying to get you in trouble, but like, so you had to write shit that they didn't use, right?
Oh, well, yeah, there's like a whole team of like 9 departments.
Do you have those jokes again?
Do you?
Yeah. Why don't you do those?
Oh, no, but it's also, stand-up in like a talk show format is different.
Yeah, but you still have to have your premise together.
No, you're right. I honestly, the truth is, I came tonight, because I heard Ari Shafir's whole rant about podcasts and power them and like showing media, and then also Tony, my offer, Tony, and his level of judgment. So the truth is, I was like kind of throwing out areas because I wanted to hear Tony's like discerning Laser Island is.
No,
Yeah,
you
be
don't
that
need
person.
to hear it from me. You
Be
need to
that
hear it
person.
from the audience that doesn't react.
Who you just was when you was pouring that tone and getting in his face, be that person when you perform. Don't do the anxiety shit. Just go in and give it to him.
I agree with you. You are already likable. You
Yeah.
don't need to play nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm timid.
What?
Faggot. No, I'm a faggot. No, I'm a faggot.
Yeah, you need that. You need more of that. You know what I mean?
Ryan's dick just punched through a wall
So,
in another room.
so how long ago did she fire you? Did she fire you directly?
No. She was doing it there, but she was working very hard.
Right.
She wasn't just hanging out in her house in Spain in the first few weeks when we were all planning the vision for it. She wasn't.
Good luck on your next job.
Jesus Christ.
Good luck on your next job.
That's the thing. I don't want to be a whore anymore. I want to be like these guys. Look at them. They're just doing it. All of you.
We all are whores.
Well,
Everyone's.
I just clapped at a dude getting a shark fin put on his dick.
There's no way to not feel
Well, want money. You know what I mean?
I still think some whores have higher standards.
You can still do what you want, but at the end of the day, somebody has to pay you.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if
Viacom. Jesus Christ. Yeah, your fin will shake right off your fucking head. Giving you the trembles at Viacom. So,
somebody paid you to write jokes.
and now, okay, forget it. Don't
Yeah,
explain
I
it.
hated that as soon as you started it.
Hold on. Say it.
I was gonna say, you have gotten paid to write jokes.
Yeah.
So you got paid specifically for that skill because you're capable of writing jokes. I know you're capable of writing jokes. That Mexican one was great. The rest of those, they literally, if you put it on a piece of paper, does that actually work on paper?
You're right. I'm with you. I kind of, it was like a weird, like, mind. Well, the Kevin Spacey one, I think you can, I'd defend that one.
I stopped paying attention. That's all.
Oh, fuck.
No offense, but whatever.
Fuck.
Like-
Because I lost the wind in one and then it was done.
Yeah, that's just hopping around shit.
Fuck. I didn't even know.
And it's also pretty inside. That's a little inside
Kevin Spacey
show
being
business.
gay?
Yeah, it's a little inside.
You guys didn't know he grasps for, like, everyone's cock and size?
People don't really know
I
that.
didn't know that. No.
How do you know? Let me ask you, how did you find that out? You have a friend who he hit on, right? Yeah, those are all the people that know that he's gay.
Yeah, if you're in Indiana, they're not going to know what you're talking
I'm
about.
sorry.
And once
I didn't know
again,
this rule was
still-
full of people from Indiana.
Still information that really should have been thrown out there. Just like Chelsea Handler
Can you
shit.
bleep these things out? Chelsea Handler is the best, most gorgeous soul. I love her.
Hey, we in show business, and the more you're in show business, everybody around you gonna have fucked up shit. You can't tell. So
But I
remember that.
still
I mean, I work with this guy
I don't
every
think-
single day. Do you
I'm not trying to
understand
help.
the secrets I have to keep in
I just don't. I don't understand why a man loving another man's like prostate or something. Why is man on the
By the way, all right. It just doesn't even make any sense. You're gonna hold on to my secrets? Jesus.
Hey, Tony, can we bring the next
Yeah, you better.
Yeah.
Wait, Pat, you were the one that was defending her a second ago. Now you're so sick of her. Where'd the mic stand go?
It's like Chelsea.
Even the mic stand left during Sarah's
Oh
set.
God. Oh.
Sarah, you got it. You know, just like Jesse nailed it on the head. I mean, follow your momentum with the first jokes. Stop self-destructing and stop bouncing around trying to be likable. You're already likable.
Just write your shit down and look at it.
Have the words that come out of your face make sense.
Who is this guy?
This guy is right. This guy.
And stop burning the only bridges that you've ever had in show business, by the way. That might not work for you.
Yeah. But she always got motivation to speak.
I mean, it's okay. I bet you do like her. Yeah, all right, there she goes. There she still goes, Sarah F. Conley. I love that there's a drummer in this.
I know.
It's fun. It feels good in here. First ever time with
It's weird he don't have a microphone. He got to stare at two asses.
Love that. Well, you guys ready for another comedian or what? Put your hands together for Quinn Wright. Come on, make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. Quinn Wright, everybody, come on.
So I'm a virgin at 25. And I mean, I get it, ladies. Seth Rogen with Downs is not a very good look. But it's autism. That last part's actually true. I am on the spectrum. It's a light case, though, and I don't have a lot of sensitivities to, like crowds, sounds, lights, people's feelings. I don't pay attention to any of that shit. My uncle is a hearse driver, and he's losing his vision. Recently, he lost his glasses. He means to get a new pair, but it's just been so good for his business, he just can't. That's my time. Thanks.
Fuck yeah. Alright.
In and out, Jack.
35 seconds. 35 seconds.
Actually, he'll tell us how many seconds. He knows it far more accurately than you do.
Yeah, what is this attached to? I've never seen a Rain Man carry around a poncho. What's happening?
It's a camera.
What is it?
It's a camera.
That's a camera?
Well, it's a camera bag. Camera's in it.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, man, you gotta lose that shit. You can't be walking around.
Yeah.
As a black man, I'm telling you, as a white man, you can't be walking around with shit like that strapped on.
It might have something to do with the virgin thing. I mean, like, no one's going to, like, come up to you with that, except maybe that one guy.
That just looks
The guy who
suspect.
thinks
That one guy. The one guy. Everybody, the one guy. It's a good reference, bro. Yeah.
Have you been, when was the last time you were on, have you ever been on a date?
No.
Never.
So you're a virgin. How old are you?
25.
I love this. Let's talk about this.
Sure?
You ever came before? You ever jacked off?
Yeah.
What noise you make when you jack off? Like, what noise do you make? You know, like you make a weird noise.
Silent and shameful. Silent and shameful.
You got glasses on when you do it?
No, I don't.
You don't jack off, you don't be taking your glass off. You might be alright.
He just loudly jumps off the screens.
Have you ever talked to a girl like that? Yes, you feel like?
Yeah, I've had
Come on, man. You don't have to talk about the girl's name or anything. Just tell us
sometimes you're gonna get tripped up.
signals because I'm an idiot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, I was that way for a long
So,
time.
did you not see the signals because the blinds were down? Or, right?
Yeah, no, it's just,
Was your camera in your hand at the time?
Was it because you were tackled by the Secret Service? Jodie Foster didn't appreciate the gesture? John Hinckley reference.
That's fun. Quinn, what are you into? You're autistic. What are some of your wacky hobbies? Pro wrestling, Magic the Gathering? What are we talking about?
photography.
Photography, that's it. Wow, I get the feeling you have a lot of pictures on your walls of girls that maybe you've seen a few times.
Nope.
No, mostly trains. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. That was mean. Anyway, I think you're great. Are you? Because if this isn't a character, you're Jesus. I like it.
Yeah. How long have you been on stand-up?
This is my second time on stage.
Second time on stage. And if I know anything about Quinn Wright, it's that he's going to keep coming back whether he's invited or not.
Hey,
Yeah, man, just
you know
keep doing it.
what's good? You did your time, you didn't fuck around.
Yep.
Right? You don't give a fuck what time it's going to hit us. But since you want to do a short amount of time, if you want to do that, you slow it down as much as you possibly can. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
it's
second time,
honest,
dude, I get it. But
Yeah.
you actually had like things that are identifiable as jokes. You know,
Yeah.
like, they had punchlines. Like that's unique, fun qualities. But
And you would have got louder laughs if you
Yeah.
was just a bag off. Because people,
yeah, people took a couple of seconds to go like, is he gonna pull a cord and yell Allah Akbar? Like you blew us for a minute.
you look like somebody who got recruited by ISIS and then grew everything back just to come back and pretend like you're normal again.
So
Anyway, yeah, the few funeral home, the uncle joke. Yeah, that's a joke. That works. I like it.
Yeah, they did work.
How long have you lived in Los Angeles? Really? What do you still live with your parents?
Yeah.
What do they do?
My dad works in Costco.
Oh, that's cool.
Joey Diaz is in this. Fun fact. It's not that fun.
How about mom? What does she do? Wait, you have you live with your mom and your dad and your stepmother? You go between two houses.
That's smart. That's smart.
I mean, this is fun and all. It's actually
Say it.
both my mothers have the same thing. The red hair. I should.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I should have just.
This week's episode of when autistic people don't know when they're being autistic.
Yeah.
Well, here's something I think you will all find very interesting.
I want to be
The derivatives of the names of both of my mothers.
I just thought it was interesting, but I knew it wasn't.
No.
You know what's funny? I had to write this
They're
shit
wrong.
down.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
They're wrong. What? How are they? Explain that.
I just think it's interesting. So my dad got divorced with my mother.
They're both named Laurel.
Well, my mother.
That is Artie to me.
Laura. And the other one's Laurel. Laurel and Laura. Oh, okay.
Good joke.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. It makes sense to me now. I
You
get it.
ever fantasize about your stepmother?
Never, not once.
Not once.
Not one time. Not one time. You never fantasize. Look me in the eye and tell me.
Not once.
God damn.
He's not going to look you in the eye.
This shit is scary right here. Look at him in his eyes. It's like looking at a pit bull. Like a rescue pit bull in his eyes. Good job, man.
I immediately felt guilty.
Hey, he's bigger. Hey, he's bigger than you think. You get up and then you look and you're like, oh shit, I fucked up. You know what I mean? I had to walk away from some altercations like that before. I'm like, oh
If you
shit.
don't get out of his face right now, he's gonna do your homework for you. Were you a really good student in school, Quinn? No. What? Tell us something other than photography. Other than photography, one thing that you love.
Hey, Rabbi.
What's going on? How are you, J-Ski?
I'm good. I had to leave the other server. I was in the GT server. We're playing the game, and this one guy just comes in here just screaming at everybody. I don't get why they don't have moderators in there. They literally have, like, the VC is always packed. Couldn't even play the game. I have to leave there.
That's unfortunate. You know, you are locked in here whenever you want.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't have to deal with that in here. I only go in there to, like, go to the group channel so the people, like, go to complete a heist.
Holy
People in there
shit.
looking for heist members.
Yeah, that's cool.
But it is kind of good that the trolls came in there because I do have to go get some charcoal. I think I'm going to try to eat more healthier this month. I'm going to just try to do no fried chicken or baked. I'm just going to do grilled chicken with like less seasoning and more and some veggies on the side. So the corner store around me has like charcoal, hopefully cheaper than the store.
There you go, big man. Okie doke. Miss Aquarius asks, whenever you go out, let her know.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
So, Rabbi,
How you living, big man?
yeah, sorry about my other account went out. There's a power outage this morning.
You had a power outage, you said?
Yeah, my power went out this morning.
Oh, okay. Well, I was worried about you, but I'm glad everything's okay. Are you all right?
No, my power went out again just a couple minutes ago.
I saw that all your accounts went down. Well, but I mean, are you okay? You personally, you physically?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's all I care about. And you made it through the storm. last week, and we told you, it would be over soon enough, and you'll get through the power outage. Don't you worry. I'm glad to know that you're okay, and you're.
Is Mr. Chorus in here?
She is, but she's sleeping and doing stuff.
She's sleeping and doing stuff?
Yes, sir.
This character here, the one that has the cross on it?
What? Oh, yeah. What about that one?
This one is gonna be in here.
Can you change? Can you change the avatar of that one? I don't want to push religion on anybody.
Can I change it? I don't have the picture of the book. Don't have pictures of my NFL team on
Yeah, put that. Put in.
here.
Put an NFL team on. That's fine.
I was going to put the Baltimore Ravens, but
Go ahead.
can I do Fortnite?
You can do Fortnite, absolutely. And you can do anything, just nothing religious or too political.
Nothing religious or too political?
Yeah, I just want it to be neutral for anybody who comes in. I don't want to push any religion on them or any political views. I want it to be like open to all. And
What about Michael?
What about Michael?
Michael Jackson.
You can put whatever you want when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Let's see, what can I put? Speech, it's not Christmas. I can play him when Christmas comes around. Sorry, I'm obsessed with Michael.
That's okay.
Oh, hey, what's up, Brandon?
Hi, Jakeski. Hi, Jakeski.
Hello.
What's up?
Nothing much.
So I was in here last night. I was wondering about Power Valve.
Oh, I noticed when I woke up, I checked my laptop and all your accounts were gone. I was like, I was like, something must have happened. Because I noticed sometimes your accounts, they disconnect. But I saw all of it going. I was like, whoa, what's going on here?
MJ.
Yeah, you put Michael. Yeah, that's cool.
I just put Brandon A, Michael, MJ fan.
That's cool.
Brandon A, MJ fan. That's you can call me right now. I call me Brandon A because I'm a Michael Jackson fan.
There you go, big man.
I love me some Michael Jackson.
Excellent. What's your favorite Michael Jackson song?
Thriller.
There you go, big man.
I love it. I love it when he gets to the Thriller.
Very cool.
Yeah. I love this is him when he comes in. They're talking about adding him to Fortnite. Yeah, I mean, they're talking about Michael Jackson in Fortnite.
They talk about Michael Jackson in Fortnite?
They're talking about adding him to his skin.
Yeah, they want to add a Michael Jackson skin to Fortnite.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably going to do that in Call of Duty as well, or something similar.
Yeah. My couch disappeared.
You're good.
I'll probably leave you alone, Rabbi, and get skinny.
You're good. Don't you worry. You're fine.
I don't want to leave Mr. Corpse to him. I know I'm best person to her.
Yes, sir.
This is my home. I made you like Prince in here.
Yes, sir.
How'd the podcast go this morning?
It went really well, thankfully. Thank you for asking.
It went really well.
Yes, sir.
What is it gonna be? It's not sucking, so watch it. Describe to it.
It's gonna be out in 2 weeks. It's gonna be out in 2 weeks or so.
You see what he told? Whenever it's gonna be out?
Yeah,
So I can already see it?
100%, my friend.
Because I would love to see it.
Yes, sir.
I might even watch a podcast to hear.
Absolutely, you're more than welcome to.
My computer's acting up. I don't know why it's acting up the way it does.
There you go.
He went somewhere. I don't know where he went to. Where'd he go?
He's going to get charcoal.
Going to get charcoal?
Yes, sir.
He should bring his other cat in here. Like leave the one you hear.
Yeah.
Bring his other cat in here.
I will. Alexa, stop. I just had to do something because my Alexa reminded me. But yeah, I will. In the next 10 minutes, I'll have my phone and I'll be on camera, Brandon. No worries.
On the other account?
You know what? I should make another account, but
Yeah, you should. You absolutely should.
Yeah, that way I can just keep the computer on when I leave. Just use the phone.
100%. It's so much easier that way, JC. I mean, not. Yeah, I do it all the time. I've got these ones that are in here, and then you'll see me come on the handheld ones when I'm moving around.
Is your live stream starting yet, Rabbi? Have you fixed the bot?
Yeah, my live streams are going, thankfully.
I'm talking about the bots you made, Craig.
Yeah, those are working.
Have you fixed them?
Yeah, those are working really well right now, thankfully.
I think I followed your TikTok. I tagged you in one of my videos.
I appreciate it, big man.
I think I tagged you in one. Doing the Kentucky Derby. I streamed it in here.
Yeah. So what'd you think of that?
It was good.
Yeah, that's a big deal where you are, right?
Yep.
Big deal. Like the biggest deal for the state.
Yes. Amen. Like the biggest this almost hit. You see it? What horse one?
Yes, I did.
I couldn't think of his name.
I'll get it. Just a moment.
Alright, I'll find it. Let's see. Let's see.
The winner was.
Lego Batman.
Golden.
My girlfriend just sent me Lego Batman.
Oh, excellent. Golden Tempo.
Golden Tempo?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna change my picture, my profile picture to Lego Batman.
That's perfect.
To see the face of me and the. This is the new movie. The new Lego Batman coming out. You see my picture?
Yes, I do. That's amazing.
That's the new Lego Batman.
Excellent.
I love the Lego Batman.
Very cool.
You going to Tommy Joe's?
That's what my hunting it. That's what my hunting it. What's up in here? I'm having sloppy joes and potato salad.
Oh, can't beat that one, man.
Yeah. How about my other can? There's one of them.
Excellent.
Time to go to the. There's one of them. There's one of them. Thank you very much, Coach. I have to go back and get my phone. Yep, perfect. Listen, talk, put your mind. Okay. So, oh, the current, my team plays tonight.
Who's that?
The Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yes, sir.
Yes. The Cleveland Cavaliers.
There you go, big
Yes,
man.
my favorite players on the Cleveland Cavaliers.
There you go, big man.
James Harden. Oh, they're already playing. Officer Benson. Jordan Benson, you scored. You scored. No club. Go back there and fix my. Oh, sorry, Mom.
Yo, what's good?
How you living, big man?
What you doing?
I am tweeting something.
You didn't. What are you reading?
As I said, I'm tweeting something.
Oh, what are you reading?
An interview.
Oh, okay.
Today we have a two-rich special guest, the man.
They have these big cycle guys with I-99. Depending on how what it is. Okay. I'm gonna have to come back.
Está bien, hay una de tengo 3 más de 3 horas. Por favor, sí, me dieron que
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yes, thanks. Yeah, yeah, fine. Can I get 4 bags? Yeah, I hope it's good.
Jayski, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, let me use my mic. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, my man. We love talking to you, and when you're talking to us, absolutely. But otherwise, it's pretty loud.
I forgot about that.
You're good, my man.
Lights out red band. Getting a fist bump from Writers Guild. Jesse Joyce.
It was a family comedy about some kind of organ called Subprime the Comedy.
All right, now why were you watching this?
Yeah, all right.
What did you say?
Did you audition for that? Well, my dad helped write it, but
Oh.
and the character was actually.
Oh,
no, I don't.
Like Ice Cube and NWA.
No, my dad helped write it. My dad helped write it and actually played my uncle in it. Oh, yeah,
double loophole.
Not a great movie. Okay. So I wouldn't recommend watching.
How was your father feeling when you heard him say that? It can't be a good
Yeah. Well, he did it as a favor.
But you don't know what his dad does for Costco. He could write
Well, that was
free samples.
That was my next question. Is Costco's known for everything being in bulk. I'm sure he gets some kind of an employee discount. Is there anything that you get that you love from Costco that you make him get? Any kind of like beef jerky or? You look like a beef jerky guy. Has anybody told you that before? What do you like to snack on? Give us a couple of your favorite snacks. Skittles.
Make sure you leave with this tonight. When they say you're interested, you're so interested that actually ask a question to find out what type of snacks you like. These are things you can talk about, you know?
What are they? What are some snacks you like?
Lemon bars from the 100 calories.
Oh, come on. 100-calorie lemon bars?
Well, I'm trying to.
This is the real of a full calories lemon bars.
And I eat like 20 at a time. So.
Whoa.
God damn.
Dude, you realize that's literally the best joke of the night so far. Is that you can drink, whatever, you do these new 100-calorie lemon bars. Well, I mean, I eat 20 of them, but the way you said that, we can just feel your honesty. I'm telling you, it's a really crazy quality that normally it takes people fucking years to get. But when you say something that's real, it fucking feels real. I still think, I don't trust him. I still think Ryan Higgins might be able to get a vote. You know what I mean? But when you say the stuff that you have going on, like, I truly believe it.
Because I look in your eyes, and there's something in your eye. Like, there's another person, rest in peace, my friend who had eyes like yours. He was funny as fuck. A guy named Angelo Bowers. He got his eyes, man.
Legend, one of the best of all time.
Yeah,
He's the funniest out of everybody in the world.
Yeah, you have a level of comfort that's unusual. Like, normally it takes most comics years to get that. And all you had to do was have your parents get them vaccinated for measles. You automatically have the most confidence of anyone I've ever seen at a comic stage.
Okay, God. Do you know Joshua Meyerowitz? Also autistic. You should go on road with him. Just maybe a couple miles. Go on the road to the Laugh Factory.
But if one of them bombs, autistic.
That's for the two of you that know that Josh Meyerowitz's Twitter handle is Autistic Thunder. Those two people that got it didn't even laugh. So that is so awesome. Quinn, please come back and sign up again for the show.
Leave the backpack at home, though. That's distracting to be on stage.
Yeah, you're not allowed to take pictures here anyway.
Yeah, I just take pictures.
On the road? Like, what have you taken pictures of today?
Nothing today, actually, yet.
Really?
I just take it wherever I go because I'm always taking pictures.
Have you ever sneaked a little picture of a chick before? You ever taken up
Not really, no.
You should
No,
try.
I'm actually really
Good money.
not comfortable taking pictures of people most of the time, unless they ask me to.
I imagine how uncomfortable they must be.
Whoever asked you to take a picture. Whoever looked at you was like, hey, are you a photographer?
I've gotten quite a few fashion gigs.
Oh, real?
Yeah.
Really? Fashion gigs?
Yeah.
Does that count the one where you're just in your underwear in the movie?
No, I've taken
I love that. I can't believe a guy gets fashion gigs. Get away with wearing a Vietnam veteran jacket.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Do you have an Instagram we can check out your work?
Right on Target.
Forrest
Is my
Gump
name on social media is right with the W.
Oh, cool. Right on Target.
Right on Target photo is my website.
Wow. Well, very cool. It was so nice to meet you. There he goes, the second time ever on stage. Green light, ladies and gentlemen.
Good job, man. Good job, man.
You know what's fucked up? In some weird way, 3 years, we all gonna be working for this guy.
Totally. Hey, boss, can you get a picture of me?
We were like, hey, remember that time that I did that show? All right, back to work.
Totally. And Byron, you're absolutely fucking right. You just see these people become absolute monsters. Second time on stage. One more time for Quinn Wright, everybody. Oh my God. Oh my God. For the third week in a row, ladies and and gentlemen, I have pulled out of this fucking bucket one of the most unbelievable sensations to come to Kill Tony in a long time. They are back, these lucky motherfuckers. It is the Verzi triplets.
Oh my god. Thank you. Wow. Hi. Thank you.
Everybody fucking stop talking and relax for a second, all right? Everybody shut the fuck up. This is a live podcast. Okay, they're almost there. One more time for the Verzi triplets, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I know this looks fun, but you know what this wasn't fun for? Our mom. It was just not fun. My parents, they only wanted one kid. They got 3. That means 2 of us were mistakes. Well, according to my dad, all 3 of us were mistakes, so that's good. You know, 3 babies and 1 belly, that's a lot of weight for 1 belly. My mom literally doubled in size. Like, here's my mom before the pregnancy, and here's my mom 9 months pregnant. Get this baby down there! And the labor was just horrific. She said it did not stop. For the doctors, it must have been like pulling on a magician's handkerchief. It just kept going and going. And oh my god, there's more in here. Wow, this thing is never ending. Like our father's disappointed in us. I wasn't sure I thought it was the cat.
Hey, 60 seconds. No. They timed it out and they thought that they were going to get more laughs. It's my favorite chicks. The Verzi triplets, ladies and gentlemen.
What the fuck? Are you guys time travelers? This shit would fucking kill in 1908. I'm serious. You guys would be the best fucking comics of all time.
That's what I said. Y'all too handsome and buff to do that bullshit. You know what I mean? You know what they want to hear? Give them that handsome buff shit.
Now, what I
Talk
love...
about how great life is. You know what I mean? How y'all be running trains on bitches and they don't even know. We want to know. We want to hear that shit. You know what I mean? Talk that triplet shit, nigga. Talk that triplet shit. I know y'all dress better than this. I know it. Why it wasn't that hard? You know what I mean?
I've come to,
let me get 3 of those.
Let the...
Old Navy, y'all got them V-necks?
Yeah, they're Target.
I love the Verzi triplets. Oh, a huge note that I'm going to give you guys that...
That's 6 difference up there. What the fuck?
That you can see.
One of the interesting things about the Verzi triplets, I don't know if you guys noticed how it's one of the most blatant things that you have to notice, is that one of them has a lisp. Now, what I love is not only has this lisp blatantly gotten worse over the last 3 weeks, but I also love how the amount of the things that you guys could totally divvy up and assign and say different things. You have him saying so many S references in his weird fucking Jay Leno lispy-ass voice. And it is just, I mean, do you do that strategically? Do you guys give him the S words?
No. He tries to like,
No.
Exactly. Now, it's impressive to me. Now, another thing, by the way, and I'm not fucking around, and I don't usually talk about tweets this much, but I did get a lot of tweets this week talking about Pat Reagan, who is, one of my favorite human beings, truly one of the people that I believe in the most. Unbelievable comedian, musician, hard-ass fucking worker, creative force. Love working with him. And I have never seen him more fucking fired up because you guys are, you know what I mean? You're pure and you're clean and you're good people and you're taking
don't forget hands.
You're taking an opposite approach than the grungy cult figure risk taker that is a Pat Reagan. And Pat went insane, ballistic, ranting, hatred, spewing it last week. You've been silent so far. Pat, have the Verzi triplets won you over? No. Okay. You know who that great said what's it fun for? Everyone say the audience in unison. 1, 2, 3. The audience. Wow.
You know what I see here? I like it.
Wait, let that go. More of that. What the fuck were you just about to say?
Go ahead.
Say it. It's just you guys are like commercial actors, just generic artists, guys. Don't get it. They don't know. Oh, jeez.
You know, I like this, man. This is like a I like the art, man. It's not cool, dude. Like, you need to get in there. They remind me of the Three Stooges, but it's Curly, Larry, and
You're like a barbershop quartet where the fourth guy killed himself. That's what you seem like to me. Like,
you guys,
it's just.
And you guys, I got no problem with it. I'm we are friends. You can call us. And you know what? I hate your comedy with the passion, but do you think what you are doing right now? All right, so Pat, there's 3 of you. Pat, that's 3 different brains. Pat, that's 3 opportunities to stop making these choices and putting yourself out there on stage. I'm going to answer that.
The artist has to adjust his shark fin. So,
what you're doing is easy, bro.
You telling me y'all really like each other that much? That's what the fuck you saying. You know what I mean? Ain't never did no shit that you that pissed you off. And y'all slightly, I'm standing up, y'all do slightly look a little bit different. You know what I mean? Together, y'all would be like a perfect 11. But now I see the flaws in y'all.
Did you guys really all come out at the same time? So you guys all came out at the same fucking time, right?
Yeah, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, wow. You came out of the closet.
I was like, what? You guys all came out of the closet 30 seconds apart. It was a rough day. How I know.
Hello, T. Sayonara.
Listen.
So would y'all race to go take shits? You know what I mean? Would you be mad like if your brother shat before? Like, do y'all shit at the same time? Like, how does this shit works?
I have Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Thank you, drummer. You know what? I'm going to answer that question that Pat had for them. I feel like I don't think you guys want to admit it, and nod your head if I'm correct.
All right, guys, I'm back. My camera's around.
You're good. Is your power back?
Yep.
Oh, that's good.
I think you're saying things that you think.
For my counter.
Excellent, big man.
See the penguin? Is there?
Yes, sir.
And by the way, one thing, and let me tell you something, Bruce and Triplets, right now. I know this.
And the one that has the camera on.
I'm looking at the way these fucking comedians laugh goes against you guys, and you will always have that. And you have to learn, if you're gonna fucking take this shit seriously and do it, you have to know that all these people hate you guys 3 times more than they hate every other comic. And every comic hates any fucking comic that gets pulled out of a bucket, that's booked on a show, that gets anything.
What was the difference between their first time? Their first time, we really liked what they had on stage. The second time was
Can I
this
tell you something?
bullshit.
Your guys' timing is all off. You're leaving beats. You're leaving pauses where stuff isn't even jokes. When the very beginning, when you're like, oh, what the fuck was the first thing that you fucking said? Right. You know who doesn't like me?
My mother.
You guys have to respond like you're fucking talking.
You know what is gonna happen?
That is the least one.
When one casting person said we want that one,
Yep.
and the other ones become unsuccessful, then they gonna get funny.
Yeah.
At least 2 of them. You know what I mean? At least 2 of them gonna get funny.
I mean, yeah, it's the Verzi twins. They're related to that brother.
There's a way to do it, right?
What are your first
No, yeah, listen, here's the thing. Like, no, you guys don't talk like that in real life. Like, none of you.
Yeah.
But somehow you come on stage. Yeah. Like, seriously, no one, like, it's you guys are like fucking vaudevillians. Like, no, like, I don't know. Like, I think I was super interested when you came up. Like, I wanted to hear what you guys had to say. And then, can you imagine what would that be like if you were actually. The trick of stand-up is to make it seem conversational. You know, like make it seem like you're just naturally and it's funny when you're talking, when you're doing your jokes. And And then, like, if I came up and talked to you and you started talking like the fucking Warner Brothers frog, all three of you, I would go, this guy's full of shit, and I would walk away. You know what I mean? Like, that's not how human beings talk to each other. Like, you can be funny. Like, I want you guys to be funny.
What do you guys do for work? How do you survive? Do you still live with your parents?
We do.
Fucking okay. Construction.
We do construction.
No, do it.
Watch that be the next X-Men movie. It's like some weird superhero type.
You gotta go for it. I love it.
But did you guys think, like, if there was, like, a Flappers, like, your parents go to a comedy show, they would like that shit, though, right? Yeah, I mean, so there is an audience for that.
That's why I hate it so much. I try to be more successful.
Right. Maybe they're just fucking up, mixing up with the wrong. I mean, this is like dirty darkness, and you guys need to be over at Flappers. You know?
They went on a cruise tomorrow.
Man, everybody hates the triplets.
I've never done comedy influence.
You guys ever done who are their I love it. I love that you three dress like off-duty Power Rangers.
Hey, you know what? They look like that. They look like the Pep Boys. They look like the Pep Boys. It's the Pep Boys when they was young. You know what I mean?
You look like you're on the
Pep Boys.
and nobody.
They look like the three letters. They look like the three letters of the frat.
I feel like
That's pie, apple pie right there.
I feel like you guys would have been Amelia Earhart's favorite comic.
That's hilarious. This is what I listen to when I fly planes.
Yeah, just talk like fucking adult men do. You know what I mean? Like, that's, I'm not trying to be emasculating.
Do not look
I'm
at
just
this.
saying that, like, the comics don't, like, our mother. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, yeah, it's definitely a feeling out there. Right? We're trying different ways to do it.
Yeah.
But yes, but so, I mean,
Have you seen Nancy and
But they're
Sky?
twins.
Have you heard of Nancy and Sky? Do you know about them? Sky and Nancy? I saw the funniest fucking, I'm not even kidding, I saw the funniest comedy duo I've ever seen in my fucking life last night at the Hollywood Improv. I watched the first 10 seconds just thinking this was going to be, I always just watch for 5 seconds every time, and I'm always just like, oh, dog shit, goodbye. And, oh my god, it was unbelievable. They're older, and they play these characters that are like, rich as fuck.
Yeah.
Have you seen them?
Yeah, they funny as fuck.
Every single thing that one person says is funny, and then the next person reacts and responds to that thing funny, and then they respond funny. There's no, you don't need setups. You guys can fire off missiles, rapid fire.
Right.
You don't need to take it slow. They will catch up with you.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Have you ever done stand-up comedy individually? Like, have you ever done that? Like, maybe you should
Only the one with the list, by the way.
But maybe you guys could like practice that and then work together on stage. So it's not you guys like finishing each other's sentences. It's like you kind of like just playing off each other.
We are running later than your guys' mom's period. Mercy triplets, everybody. There they go. Doesn't really make sense.
Congratulations.
And the one comedian, the one with the list almost fell on his head.
You've been a comedian.
Man, I really almost bit the dust on that one. Jesus Christ. What does he mean I say too many S's?
I think that the guys who need to assimilate and they need to live, so they just all have lists across the board.
Yeah, totally.
like Spain, like the whole country of Spain.
I don't know if you're still here, but you guys should not bring up that.
I totally agree. Mercy triplets, you guys have got to fucking keep getting better at, building that muscle, having no soul. You heard these motherfuckers roar, those comedians up there, when I said that they hate you 3 times more. They went crazy. And there's a fucking reason why. It's because they fucking hate you. We all wish that we had 2 other people to fucking help make us funny. All right, so, okay, great, got it. Put your hands together for your first regular tonight. We have 2 people that do a brand new 60 seconds every single week, other than the Mercy triplets. Your first regular, you know her, you love her, the always nervous stylings of Melissa Esslinger.
I see being a millennial more of a disorder than a generation. Because I would call it, if it were a disorder, I would call it lazy, loud, asshole, zebra, YOLO. We're just as fucked up as every generation before us, except we had the internet. Yeah, I'm grounded, so now I get to watch porn and talk to strangers all day. I did have a therapist growing up. Her name was AOL Instant Messenger. She taught me not to use all caps unless I'm yelling. My dad had to, like, if he wanted to skip school, he had to walk. But I could just call an Uber for $6.
There you go, Melissa Esslinger. A lot of good stuff there. Would have been the set of the night had you not, constantly self-destructed 3, 4, 5 times in a 45-second long set. Oh fuck, did that again. Shouldn't have done that. Oh fuck, what did I say that? Blah, 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 blah. In 45 seconds, you managed to, have exactly as many punchlines as you had meltdowns. But, the stuff that's working is fucking working. And again, what's crazy about you that I think is different than sort of like a lot of the, our original regulars, like, you're writing stuff that for you is evergreen and it works and you're likable. And the 45 seconds that I saw tonight of actual jokes was great.
And it's not no fat on it.
Here's the question that I have. Do you always write your set on your hand or do you not always write? And can I tell you why? And I could tell that
Brandon, if you can hear me, can you mute that account?
Your set on your hand?
Unless you're talking.
You had your fucking set on your hand. It's the most common thing that these idiots that don't want to grow do. Oh, I'm going to take my fucking paper. And then you look at the paper. If you have those people that do monologues, if you have a teleprompter, you're going to fucking read the teleprompter. Do this, you're going to do that. If you set yourself up for that, that's how you're going to do it. So lose the fucking set list. I mean, you're only doing it a minute. You have to train your memory to be able to do this. But my point is this, is that the moment where you decided where you're going to look at your set was when you wrote it on your hand. It wasn't in the middle of the set. You're saying that it was in the middle of your set, but it wasn't. You knew you were going to look at that set list when you wrote it on your hand.
I decided that I couldn't do it without writing it on my hand if I write it.
I don't know what you're saying.
That made perfect sense.
But we have to move on. We're sorry, we're running so late right now. Melissa, I love that set. Great stuff. I just want you to learn that to stop writing it on your hand and writing notes. I think that you can fucking memorize a minute. I really believe it.
Did you just get pulled out of a river? I think your jokes are funny.
That is so funny.
Your jokes are funny.
We have absolutely got to move on. There she is, Melissa Esslinger, everybody. Melissa Esslinger. Your one and only other regular. You know her. You love her. New minute every single week. The great and powerful Vanessa Johnston, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
How are they testing the wine?
Cool.
Shut up, wrong show, asshole. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Vanessa Johnston. Here you go.
I think he was actually being nice. Okay, but that's okay. I don't like to seem like I hate everyone and everything, but I do, so it comes off that way. Some people don't believe in heroes, but they haven't met my dad. I love him because he hates everyone. He doesn't even like me. He's the best. People are so tight, man. Like, they think they're so important and that they're so busy. Like, you don't do anything. You're going to die. Nothing matters. That's what my dad would tell me when he dropped me off at preschool. He was so honest. My dad would talk to me at night and tell me, Vanessa, someday
I'm gonna divorce your mother. I can't right now because she'll take half my money. The good news is that your mom's health's not very good, so I'm hoping she'll die soon.
Vanessa Johnston. Fuck yeah. Guys, thoughts on Vanessa Johnston?
Are you from New York?
No, I'm from Minnesota.
You seem like a New York guy, or were you just, was that just your dad impression?
I don't know.
This is weird because you talk like Trump and look like one of his wives. It's a very weird combination of things. No, but the dad shit's really strong. I really like that. I think that was well written.
So awesome. Just like Melissa, you know, that's another chunk of material that is so you and right in your vein, and that goes to the big set. That goes straight there. We are running so late. There's Vanessa Johnston. Vanessa Johnston, Melissa Esslinger. We did this episode of Kill Tony, ladies and gentlemen. The drawing from Ryan J. Ebel, who is selling. He is the house artist, and he is selling the official Kill Tony poster after the show on the front patio. That's tonight's episode. Jesse Joyce, Byron Bowers. Anything coming up you guys want to promote?
Whatever.
I'm gonna be in Athens in June at the 40 Watt.
Athens, Georgia?
Yep, Athens, Georgia, 40 Watt. Me and Hannibal Burrs. Around town.
I'm at the comic strip in Edmonton and the House of Comedy in Minneapolis.
Love that. Reagan Watkins, everybody make some fucking noise. I love it. Come on. That's tonight's episode. Thank you so much for coming out, everybody. See you guys.
Say in the middle, and in the middle of the tractate, Rabbi says, the sheep in those days were so tall that they would graze on the top of cedars. They were giant like absolutely high up in the cedar. And when they would mount them on camels, they would put them on the camel. They were more gigantic than the camels, so their legs would touch the ground, the sheep dragging on the ground.
Famous comedy store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 3. Get up with Tony Hinchcliffe. Hi everybody, make some noise for yourselves for being here. We're on. Here's the number one live podcast. So that's just a fact. So many fun team members here, part of the show. Great Ryan J. Eagle, house artist, he draws every single episode. He has a place to get up here right now. He's already started as of right now. He's been drawing tonight's episode. Jamie Vernon, the one and the only, back on the issue here, young Jamie. Tony Lunchbox. You see that? There's this card got a fucking Caesar. It's got Darth Vader and me and the Iron Chip. That was made by a guy named Adam, I do believe. So it's Don Clear. So thank you, Adam, for this amazing hand-carved lunchbox. Thanks for having us, Angel. Sans break mini lunchboxes. Hey, look, already to the bun jokes with Brian Rabbi. Expect more of that in the next hour.
Hey, Tony, we got a big secret show here Wednesday with Joe Rogan and a bunch of cool guests.
Yeah, this one's coming in here. So Tony's on it. Stand-up comedy. It's the best stand-up comedy show. You can catch me and Rogan and you and so many fun people this Wednesday. After this show, tell Tony, you'll be listening to the podcast right now and live on YouTube. I'm on it now. You guys can see we're doing Phil Tony there, May 27th. I'm sold out Zanies. I'll tell you right now, our guest last night was Roman May.
Yeah.
So how about that? Go fuck yourself. It's like Nashville. He lives in Nashville. It's basically owns Nashville. He doesn't do Zanies in Nashville. He's doing it on Phil Tony with the Wild West Comedy Festival May 27th. So much shit going on. He said a few more things. Seattle, Washington, something like that. Chicago, Illinois. Buffalo. Shit. Wilbur Theater, October 8th, I think it is. And that's it. So you'll see me live in near your city or whatever. There you go. I have to say this at the beginning of the podcast. Because it changes my career. You understand? It's insane how many tickets I sell. Anyway, so now that we're through that, let's get the fucking show started. Can I bring up, I guess this is going to be how we do it. This is not my idea, but I guess I'm just going to not come out until I reintroduce them every week. Our band is unbelievable. If you ask me, it's brought a breath of fresh air into this show. It's one of my favorite things, my chemistry with these guys. Your Kill Tony band, the one, the only, it's Reagan and Watkins, ladies and wow. You really,
that was on Now. That's what I call Music 27. So, you know, trying to stay topical here.
We're into it for Reagan and Watkins, ladies and gentlemen. For you podcast listeners, they came out with umbrellas and, I'm sorry, one more time. What's the drummer's name again? Joel Jimenez on the drums, by the way, everybody. Come on. That'd be a good part to, like, yeah. There you go. It's like a little, you know, you gotta coach these guys. Pat, how's life? Jeremiah, how's it going?
It's going well, Tony. I'm curious, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I feel really good. I'm very excited about things. I'm excited about tonight's guest. Shall we, think we should just jump right into it? All right, everybody. Every single week, me and all these goofballs up here, we talk to comedians after they do an uninterrupted 60 seconds. And every week, I have two of the funniest human beings on the planet be the guests and sit in on the show. This week's no different. Two of the funniest humans in the world. It's the great Dion Cole and Benji Aflalo. Yes. Oh, shit. Here they are, two of the funniest guys in the world. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, Phil Tony is in the main room of the Comedy Store, ladies and gentlemen. Next week. Yeah. Oh, the week after next week. Okay, 2 weeks from now. Josh just stopped me from across the room. Is that true? I thought it was next week. Are you sure? What's the date on that?
The 23rd.
23rd. All right. I got a little excited there. Welcome to the show, guys. Dion, this is your first time on Phil Tony. Love you. Welcome to the new Barbershop movie, which I'm excited about. Oh, shit. One of my favorite humans. We made a pilot together about a year ago that we just crashed out. So it wasn't that far off, sort of, from what this show is. I think that's why they had me on. Is the guy that was making that CD on this show. And, yeah, but basically, me and you were making fun of both of what's that Spanish place that's down? El Cid. Oh my god. Shady as fuck.
A lot of shows there.
Benji, the ghost of Flawless. Some people say one of the top roast writers in the world. I'm one of those people, and fuck, I'm one of the top roast writers in the world, so I think I would know. Benji is a bad motherfucker. You've been on the show a few times. You love taking the souls of young comics. But Dion, chewing
I would go cross-eyed and like eat the toothpick, so I give all the credit to this guy.
that is pretty
Just
bad.
black shit. It's not black shit. It's black shit.
Almost all the black.
Don't reduce it to your race. You're very skilled.
No, it's super black. It's super black. They give you a piece of gum and a toothpick as soon as you book a barbershop. It's a weird half-ass laugh in this real time. Not a lot of energy in this room today. You guys make noise one more time. See how loud we can get it. It's a very half energy, right? We've had a few loud weeks in a row. These people seem like, real touristy fucks in here tonight. I don't know what's going on. It's a little bit, it's like too goody two shoes in a room for me. I feel like all the industry people came on one night.
What's this? Yeah, well, nobody clapping this shit. I was like,
That was weird. I was like, oh, like normally it's been insane. Junior Eagles. Reagan and Watkins?
Reagan and Watkins sounds like a white special.
Reagan Watkins Esquire.
There's no like two names in it. It's like Reagan and Watkins. That's not. Those aren't the law boys, that one.
We're so much trying to not even Esquire, it's just Esquire. Reagan Watkins Esquire.
is that the name of the band?
Yeah, that's Reagan.
Oh.
A lot of fun.
Benji and Follow introduced me to goat milk and it changed my life.
You know what? Benji and Polo also introduced me to goat milk, and it is blatantly a superior milk. I will tell all you guys, for those of you that, if you ever drink
So
milk,
good.
it's the best milk. It's superior milk.
Why?
It gives you energy.
What?
Yeah,
I didn't hear that, Tony.
It's good for digestion. All like yeah, like all the stuff that regular milk has, goat milk has even more of. It has no lactose. Like think about it. If you are what you eat, you'd rather be a cow or like a goat eating mattresses on your mouth.
This is so
Yeah.
great, Tony.
You'd rather be a goat, not some standstill cow that just some miserable slow animal. I was waiting for that from you. Oh, there it is. Oh, there they are. All right, so I think we're gonna go slow. What's that?
Tell everybody about goat milk.
Just for the record, do not buy your goat milk on Slauson. That's not the goat milk I'm talking about.
Deep bootleg DVDs on the goat milk.
What the fuck is this?
Speaking
Tell me one black dude that's in here.
Speaking of milk and Slauson, which I don't think I've ever said those words before, but have you ever heard of pet milk before? Pet milk? Oh, I actually learned about this from Tiffany Haddish, who is the dark queen of Slauson.
No, she works.
And she was telling me that that in the hood, that at those kinds of stores and stuff, they sell this stuff called pet milk. It's like cheaper, super cheaper than regular milk, and it comes in a can. It just says pet milk on it. And then that's the type of milk, instead of instead of giving the pets like actual like milk, some kind of like good milk.
I thought it was just milk of the pets instead of cows.
I thought it was the most amazing thing. You kept asking her questions. All right, you guys ready to do this shit or what? This is Still Tony, where we pull a name out of a bucket and you get an uninterrupted 60 seconds. We don't talk at all when they're doing their time. But as soon as that 60 seconds is up, we can talk with you about anything in the world. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Did you hear that? Let's get that one more time. It's like a little kitty out. There you go. Okay. That must have been, all right. Yeah, you gotta wrap it up then at your 60 seconds, or else you're gonna bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Hopefully, only one of those things happens when somebody runs their time.
There really hasn't been much bear.
No, people have been sticking to their time. There's really, there's nothing that happens if that bear happens. Other than the bear happening, and I'm surprised more people don't fish it a little bit more often.
They've been doing less of it.
All comedians know that feels like court. So hopefully you do good. If not, then keep that in mind.
Except there's order in the court.
This is crazy.
Is Benji your public defender?
Yeah, he is. I ain't gonna say shit. I'm gonna play one, two, three.
I wish my lawyer wore a tie. What does that mean?
If I wear a tie, then my defendant looks more guilty for wearing a hoodie, so I have to dress that up with it.
That's true.
Don't think I need to play on each every time.
It's true. Benji is Jewish as fuck. Well, shall we? Are you guys ready for this? It's Still Tony. Here we fucking go. We're gonna watch somebody do comedy right now. It's about to go down. The name that I pulled out is Brian Riley.
Yeah, I'm from Kansas. Took me forever to figure out how to get out of Kansas. Lived till I was 25, then I took 5 hits of acid, changed down a tornado. Got sucked off in Oz, you have to go to Oz. You have to let the 10-man murder scarecrow shoot the lion, stab the wicked kid Toto, and kill some witches. And I was at the witches. You know, the first witch is easy to kill. House just falls on them when you get there. Like, Kansas is good, guys. They will drop a house on your ass. Like, out here, like, they'll just shoot you. We will drop a house. That's gangster. Like, out here, it's Bloods and Crips. Where I come from, it's cornfield and wheat field thugs. Kids out there just cornfield cripping. It's scary. Children in corn, documentary out there. I promise you. I had to kill the second witch. Everybody here knows how to kill the second witch. You have to fuck her. She gets wet, she dies, guys.
Yeah. Is there more to that? Is there more to that?
Yeah, there's another witch, I think. There's another witch from that movie that came out in 1940.
I love that. Brian Riley, where are you from, Kansas?
Jeremiah, wait,
Yeah.
Brian's from Kansas?
Yeah.
Hey, Jeremiah, where are you from? I'm from Kansas. What?
I plug my nose only for a moment, then a moment's gone. All this steam passes through my ass, a curiosity. All is smell of bugs in the wind. There you go. So Kansas, huh?
Yeah, Kansas.
Wow. So we know what word never to say again on this show.
My apologies. My apologies.
Oh, Brian, I love it. You just visiting LA or do you live here now?
No, I'm down in San Diego. I'm just up here for work right now.
What do you do for work?
Biotechnology.
What is it?
Biotech.
What do you do exactly?
Manufacturing.
Stand there.
Sell kneecaps. I manufacture peptides. Amino acids.
Yeah, those are important. Are you all gapped up on amino acids right
Right
now?
now, yeah.
Really? 'Cause that's good for you. It's like looking into that stuff.
When you exercise, you get amino acids, right?
Yeah, or you can just like, or you can just make friends with this guy. You're just gonna feel good all the time. It opens up your serotonin receptors and dopamine levels. Am I correct? And your metabolism, amino acids are like.
It's a goat milk thing.
Actually, I bet goat milk is probably pretty high on amino acids. I bet anything.
There's all kind of amino acids. You can't just, what are they?
Directly on the table like that.
Oh, this is a host.
And the bar asks, is that so? And he says,
They're mostly absolutely.
now let's return to the
He's also the host of Price is Right, right?
Oh, let's see how many Drew Carey references we can get off on this guy. Hey, so I'm surprised you're here without Meanie.
Yeah, you're dating that fat lady with the big glasses.
No, that's the TV. Hey, come on.
Talk about your jeans. I'm not even a fashion person. When are those?
now
When and where?
he says,
Kansas.
2002 Kansas, probably 2000. They're my work jeans. I just got off work.
2.5
So that's what you dress like.
2.5 times 6.
Is that like a 9 to 5? You wear a lab coat. This is some real Walter White shit that's going on.
Okay, so I know you fucking know this too, okay? How many cups did you go on this?
He says it's 15.
Like
Where
three?
he takes the same 5 hand breaths. 6 times
You're right.
4 is too many.
I just knew you knew.
Welcome to I Knew You Knew. Holly Uncle.
30. It's 30. I was like, okay.
How 5?
This means that it has
How long you been doing stand up?
But you're not.
And you've been doing this spinning Kansas.
They're all in San Diego.
very, very
Oh,
I'm just from Kansas.
right.
Where?
No. San Diego. A San Diego song? I bet not. I know how many songs you guys have over there, and Kansas was the first new one I've seen in months.
So you see that it is very
Anyway,
Hey, we're preparing for 1 new minute a week, Tony, just like everybody else.
I love that.
Are you married?
No.
All right.
How's the pussy cinch in San Diego?
It's good. I'm at the beach, so it's good.
Yeah.
City.
Do you ever get some amino acid?
Did you ever get your dick burned by amino acid?
Oh,
Wait, I have another question. Serious. When have you been engaged? What's the longest relationship?
So he cannot return it. He
When was
cannot
that?
do anything.
Same. 2002 was a big year for jeans and relationships.
I tell you.
Very good, Jeremiah. You were on it.
This guy's on it.
Be honest.
Wait, for our podcast listeners,
What was that? What was I going to do? I don't have to like this.
Oh, there's the answer that I was looking for. You bartend sometimes. Oh, okay. Where you bartending at? Down in Vegas. That's where you can pick up some real fucking monsters,
I
right?
live at the beach too.
Can you give us an example, like the last time you got laid? How did that go down?
You dropped a few amino acids in the drink.
Yeah.
I was back at San Diego. Hit a girl Friday night.
Jesus. What'd you guys do?
Looked up at her house and I went to work.
Damn, it's just like nothing for you.
I love that. If you're a bartender. You can't get laid as a bartender.
If I do it right, you mean you make them calm? Is that what you mean?
Is that not doing it right?
Yeah, that's doing it right. How else do you do it right? Yeah, yeah, you just do that. Sex, guys.
Brian, do you have any?
We all have
Do
it.
you have any like secret tricks that you do in the bedroom on the ladies? Like anything that you do?
You just have to go down on them.
Really? How long on average?
Yeah, it's that simple, isn't it? Just go down on them and they love it.
Do you keep your glasses on?
Oh, that's a great question, Dion.
If they're hot enough, you put contacts in.
You put contacts in just to go down
So,
on the
so you go, wait a minute, bitch.
The amount of time between putting
So you have to go to the bathroom. Like men and boom boom are in.
putting in their head, this guy just pokes his own eyes out. Looks like he's been in a war zone after he hits some pussy.
Not the first time.
Boom, boom, you're in. Wow.
I'm Imagine him doing it with the glasses and then they fog up and then he has to do the cartoon thing where he pops up and he goes. That goes right back.
What's the longest you think you've ever spent downtown on Montreal at once?
45 minutes.
What is it?
45.
45. Okay, you know what? I've never done this before, but I'm going to fire off the exact same question to my good friends Reagan and Walker. The longest amount of time that you've spent down on a girl at once, and there's like no like breaks. You got to keep your tongue moving.
Does it have to be a girl?
Very good. In that case, it was each other before the show.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Thank you for asking that question. 15 minutes.
Oh, you shady motherfucker.
Probably half hour.
That's the longest.
No, but you're talking no breaks. No breaks to do other. No breaks to come up and like kiss the neck.
Wait, you go up to the neck and then back down again?
Are you kidding? Yeah.
Look at you. This guy will go back to second base. He's like, he's rounding third. And wait a second. He's going back to second base.
Jeremiah.
Watch out.
After
We've never seen this in baseball history. For no reason, he's running the other direction. The umpires don't know what to do right now. That's the greatest sound. I tell you every week, that's the best sound effect. If I hear that a couple more times tonight, I would not be furious.
I leave the room, come back, spit on my hand, go back.
You have to take off your glasses, switch out. It's true, Brian, with this contact glasses thing, you're doing some real Mr. Rogers shit in the bedroom. The fact that you're like changing styles. Anyway, so
After 45 minutes,
I've just been looking for it the whole time with my tongue.
dude, my mom does that shit.
When you go down on your mom,
No, it's not sexual. It's not sexual. We're just talking about contact problems. And my mom's got, she still wears hard contacts, which I don't know if you know. Those are the kinds that people don't wear anymore. People wear soft, floppy contacts. People used to wear
glass
That's actually the medical term for that soft.
Yeah,
She wear the glass joint.
she wears the glass contacts every day. She's like, I got something like that.
driving and like texting my dad. So Mother's Day shout out to Pat Reagan's mom with her glass contacts. Yeah, that's basically just like, that's when you know that she's really disappointed in her son's art.
No.
Is when she would risk
No way.
at any point having shards of glass go through her eyeballs. She's like, I got nothing to see here.
Two
All
are
my shit's
unrelated.
fucked up.
The two have nothing to do with it.
Does she still have an SBC Global account?
Was that a new bit that you were doing, or was this something that you were just trying on?
Is this Wizard of Oz thing?
It's something that I didn't figure to get picked up again like 7 times.
I love that. So just a little something that you're working on.
Yeah, you can tag it up. There's definitely, I like how it's story. Like you definitely have the whole thing with the witches and stuff. So there's a whole.
Why do you have to fuck the second witch? I don't get that. I'm a little confused.
Yeah.
You're saying you
She gets wet and she dies, and that's a chick, right?
yeah.
You can just throw it in come on.
Yeah. Brian, I don't think you're listening to the same show that we are. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely doing some Wizard of Oz shit there. Yeah.
Why do you think that? It's a good question. Why do you live in the Midwest and you can't get there and you're like, fuck this, I gotta do it.
How old are you?
41.
How many spots are you doing a week?
I'm breaking up 6 or 7 times a week.
That many spots. There's so many people in LA
It's a really good
complaining
time.
that they think this
It's
spot.
really good time.
But getting up, you're talking about going down on bills.
I love that your own drummer just threw you under the rim shot last night. Take that sucked. Brian, tell us something, one last thing. Tell us just something interesting that you think, is like a cool fun fact about Brian. What's the coolest, like, fun fact about the ocean? Whatever you can tell us.
Tina Ford's.
Is it a big fish?
Little things over the Mediterranean, like little jellyfish. They all like super Tina Ford?
Tina Fey?
Tina Fey, yeah, she will eat herself to survive.
Do you think,
Hey, I have a question. What happened to her face?
yeah, I have a question.
NBC never hired me for shit.
Bing, bong, bong.
Do
spirit animal was the woman, the poor woman.
We've had a lot of good questions here tonight, and then there was that one. What's your wow? Brian just replaced the drummer. Jeez Louise, sorry, buddy.
You know what? I strike it from the record.
There you go, Brian. It was so nice to meet you. Anything else for Brian, guys? Any parting words, Benji? You know what? Can I tell you something? Absolutely fucking right. You have a job for a living. You're living in San Diego. You're bartending. Let me tell you something. You go into a fucking J. Crew or some store where there's like where the clothes actually fit people. You go in there, you find the cutest girl. You go right up to her and you say, "Hey, you see the jeans I'm wearing? I need help. I gotta look good. I got a few $100 bucks."
Not with the pager holder on the side. That little.
That's what a hammer.
Yeah, it's for like it's for like kids to hold on to their dad at the amusement park.
Cardiologists get like concrete pussy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why you're just stuck. Going down on girls, deep sea, fucking diving for 45 minutes. You get better.
Down on girls with bifocals on.
If you get better genes, then the chicks will want to fuck you. So you won't be on there for 45 minutes. You'll get them warmed up, and then they fucking grab you by your glasses and yank you up, and then you fuck them. Understand?
I say keep your fucking jeans on because you're working behind the bar anyway. They're not gonna see your jeans. You're making drinks, motherfucker, right?
For the record, his jeans are much cooler than yours.
Why you looking at me like you don't understand, motherfucker? I work behind the bar. They ain't gonna see your pants anyway, right? Absorbing the knowledge you were dropping. Oh, yeah, but wear apron. Just behind the bar and shit, right? Yeah, or, put some, whatever that shit is.
You gotta get better jeans. Those are really bad. Those are blatantly bad jeans. And you know what? Sometimes it takes like an intervention for people to realize. But don't go.
I'm gonna go throw away 17 pairs of jeans.
You can't go too skinny, though.
Most people from Kansas that have issues with their jeans because their parents fuck each other. But your gene issues is something totally different.
Not cool, man. Not cool.
Here he goes, Brian Riley, everybody. Brian Riley's on Twitter at Brian Riley Comic. So you can follow him on Twitter. You found him right here, live on Kill Tony. Year and a half in the game from San Diego, going hard every week at the age of 41. Brian Riley. I love stories like that. He's fucking doing it for the love of the game. He's got a real job, could be doing anything, bartending, meeting people at night, and still taking chances. Yeah, so many people get this thing. Very good observation, Pat. Back to the bucket we go. We know this young lady. She's been doing this show since we started almost 3 years ago. I just pulled her name out of the bucket. It's Sarah Kenny.
You guys know that saying, liar, liar. The way they keep it out is if you get caught in a really big lie, what you should do is set yourself on fire. Because nobody will even remember that you lied. You'll just be thinking about how you were on fire. It's like a super good distraction. So Hillary Clinton, she gets a lot of flack from the media, and a lot of her fans attribute it to the fact that she's a woman. They're like, oh, well, we're just being sexist. Which is really encouraging for me as a comedian, because if my joke fails, I can be like, well, it's just I'm a woman. You guys are all just really sexist. That's why. And I'm not going to vote for someone just because she has a vagina. But I would vote for Hillary Clinton if she had 2 vaginas. So this guy asked me if I wanted to go clubbing. And I was like, you know what? I'm a little bit old to be killing seals.
Some adorable jokes in there. Some really cute jokes. Little cutie jokes in that one. Who's got the little cutie jokes?
That first joke, you could almost have an example, like have a lie. Like as an example, blah 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 blah. Like
Yeah.
go more on that. But that was great.
What was the second to last one for the clubbing one?
Uh,
Right, yeah. So, like, what would that mean? How do you picture her 2 vaginas? When you say it, Right.
But are they side by side or are they lengthwise?
I don't know. Maybe those details are funny. Is the idea of like two pussies kind of funny?
Right.
It's
Where is the other one?
It's so kind of funny that you just mention a premise and you get a chuckle off of it, and then you move on right afterwards. You say that would be unique, and then you move on. And yeah, we know that, but it seems like that's a bigger setup to something else. I mean, Pat, hit it immediately. One for Bill, one for something. Like you gotta, if you're gonna go with a premise like that, you can really drag it out and figure out what would she do with these two.
It'd be like a ringtone. Yeah, like one for your husband.
Well, I mean, there's one for Bill, and then the other one's for Bill because he loves fucking everything.
I mean, one's for Bill, one's for Trump. Because they have chemistry. Like, I wonder if they should go.
Okie dokie. This is a show that teaches you that young comedians can go for it at any time. And, doesn't always work. Sometimes some people that get pulled out of the bucket. Sometimes.
Maybe there's something in that, like, I just have to address. Sometimes you get too mean, Tony, and the audience doesn't know how to respond. I don't know.
Before the show, Tony tells everyone, don't be mean, guys. It's not that kind of show.
That's not true. That's not true.
I'm just saying, we haven't hit a groove with this audience yet. I don't know what's happening, but we gotta clear the air and get this thing on board. You know what I'm
You think
saying?
it's because how many people by
No. I'm not saying that.
Oh, you're stopping me here, huh? Is that what's going on?
I'm just saying.
Me?
I'm sorry.
Shut down Mike 5.
No.
Shut it down.
I'm sorry.
Shut it down.
Tony, I'm sorry.
Shut it down. Now you want to play power games?
No, I don't.
Who's being mean now?
You are, Tony, you are.
Turn up their microphone. Turn it back up. Didn't actually ever turn anything down.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Sarah Kennedy, your dad got shot? Sarah, let's talk about your life for a second. You've been doing stand-up in Los Angeles for how long?
So, 2.5 years in LA and then a year in Chicago.
Dion has level 3 excitement for Chicago.
He doesn't have a Chicago song.
You respond to that, not even like you've been there, like you've had a good deep dish once before, Dion.
That one slice.
Oh yeah, do you guys have a song about Chicago, you pieces of shit? You got one about Kansas, huh? You should, by the way, Jeremiah. It's an all-important band. You don't have any Chicago shows.
Next week.
So you did it in Chicago. You've done it in LA. I love
But
Chicago.
I recently I did a show in Iceland.
Oh really?
Yeah, it was actually pretty cool. They were like,
I bet it was.
first of all,
It's back on! And they're back. Look at that. Just like a spark plug. Reagan and Watkins are back to, absolute confidence over there.
I thought you were going to say absolute mediocrity.
Sarah, so Iceland, what was that like?
well, if you really want stage time, there's only like 5 comedians in the whole country. So it's like not.
You didn't use quotes with the comedians, so they're actually people that actually
They
do
consider
comedy.
themselves comedians.
I bet that
Trying.
I bet that seal clubbing joke must really annihilate them, right? You're like, oh, we have those.
I actually didn't do that one there. I wish I would have.
Wow, jeez.
You guys know how much a polar bear weighs? Enough to break the ice. Iceman.
Oh God! Wow. Wow, that's bad on so many levels.
Moving on.
Was that your impression of a Native American?
Yes, it was. Absolutely.
Wow, that voice is like the most racist thing I've ever heard.
Give
for the panel right here. Hey, guys, panel. Did you guys see the clubbing seals joke coming from a mile away? That's what she said.
Really? Okay, well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Like, hey, this guy asked me to go club. And I was like,
You know it's gonna be a club seal joke?
Yeah.
I thought he punched.
Just
I thought it was you.
Actually, I kind of like that better.
Yeah, I thought you was
That's
getting
pretty
punched.
good.
Club.
You're like, somebody's getting punched.
So, yeah, somebody getting
Whether it be
punched.
a seal or me.
Yeah.
That
I thought it was you.
okay, well, that's good to know.
Let's talk about your real life. You've been doing stand-up comedy for a couple of years. How do you make your money again?
I'm a programmer.
You're a computer programmer. You do that full time.
Oh, do you do like websites and shit?
I don't do web development.
Oh.
It's like artificial intelligence. So.
welcome to
I know, everybody's like, oh, can you do my website?
Do you work on a lot of other? Do you work in a big office with a lot of people, or?
It's not that big. So I work for USC, and so yeah, it's pretty chill. It's like a small group, and I can work with them a lot. Like it's like the ideal environment.
Black people work there?
Couple, not many,
Oh, dang.
not many. I want to say like
breaking of eye contact.
in my group.
That's gonna be a new show.
Oh, damn.
Oh, dang.
Oh.
Dion, we're out of milk again. Oh, dang.
Shit, we're
But to
getting
be
there.
fair, not many women either. Like, we're low on black people, we're low on women. Like, it's a very Asian, male, white, type show.
Wow.
Do you have any Native Americans there?
He's really pushing that Native American. You don't look Native American. You're like Elizabeth Warren. Like, oh, I'm 1/18 Native American.
All right, Sarah, over here.
Sorry.
So you've been doing that for a living. Can you tell us something fun about you, like something that you do for fun? Like you go out at night. Is there like hobby that you have or something? Skydiving.
This is my hobby. I mean, like, I like nature and shit. Like,
It's a terrible answer.
I like nature and shit.
Did someone
All
say
right, guys.
I went to Iceland. We go hiking and, you know.
Why Iceland? Of all the places, why Iceland? I mean, was that like a $29 Southwest flight?
It's like a jump on. My friend was already planning the trip, and I'm like, I always wanted to go there. Fuck it, I'm just gonna do it.
What kind of friend are we talking about?
She's one of my best friends, like from Chicago. Like,
She's just like,
yeah, she likes to travel all over.
that's cool. Dion, you had a question?
Did you book it with kayak?
Okay. Can we put this Indian character away? There's something that's sort of, I'm going to be honest, there's something that's sort of like freaking me out about it. Like, I have a weird gut feeling, I'm not even kidding, that like, for some reason, some Native American's going to hear that and be offended and put some like spell on my podcast or something.
I think it's more weird that we had a guy up here that was like, I work in biotech, but also I'm a bartender. How did like nobody think that was an odd combination? Biotech is a pretty high-paying field. Like, why would you choose to sell?
To socialize, Sarah, and that's what we're trying to figure out about you. What do you do? What do you do to hang out with people?
Shit.
Other than this, because this isn't it.
How many comedians try to sleep with you?
Well, I've gotten pretty good at putting my deflectors.
Well, how many?
A ratio of male comedians that you beat. How many?
Where is it harder to avoid guys trying to sleep? Comedy or
Comedy.
really? The nerds don't have games.
Well, because I'm in an environment where people are drinking and socializing, so it's like a little bit more.
The nerds ever try to fuck them?
Sometimes, yeah.
What if they said? What's like a nerd pickup line at words?
Dion, which
What
is
is
better?
it? What's a good nerd pickup?
I mean, there aren't any good nerds.
So anybody else trying to help you with your jokes?
I've had people try to give me input on my jokes. If they were trying to get laid, that was a bad approach.
Dion just blew up #1 comedian get laid.
Is that a real thing?
Oh, yeah. No, it's not.
I just want to better your shit for you. No, I got punchlines.
What are you doing with your hands? You're freaking me out.
What happened? Hell no, that mean almost some bullshit. Somebody
what did you think of my teabagging joke? And it was so awful that I was like, oh, I don't think I heard. I think I was in the bathroom. Like, no, you weren't.
So I'm going to go back to a question from earlier. What is a nerd pickup line, and what did a nerd have to say in some way to make it up now?
Check out my MS-DOS.
It was a joke.
Well, the biggest way a nerd like really tried to hit on me was like we'd all been out at work and then we were all drinking and I said, "You're really drunk to touch me, right?" On my couch, which is already probably a big mistake.
Yeah.
And then when I was
Sleep on my couch. You've been drinking too
that
much.
was code. Apparently that was code.
Good
So
night.
now I'm gonna
All of a sudden you wake up and your laptop's on. It's like,
all of a sudden I make it clear we're not gonna sleep together. And he's like, I think that's sober enough to drive home and get out of here.
it's like, you are so
There's
funny as fuck.
someone trying to infiltrate me.
See, there's almost a great joke in that, in how you've been sober,
Sober someone out
sober a friend
with a
out
cock
by,
block.
by totally rejecting them. All of a sudden, somebody who was way too drunk to drive is just okie dokie.
Yeah.
Right. Rejection is better than strong coffee.
Oh, I'm not getting laid. I have to drive home with you. All right, well,
Isn't that great though? Some like comedians, I like to hear
that's one of my
I
favorite
like
things.
jokes, but I like to hear your perspective. Like, it'll be very interesting to hear your life with all different kinds of shit. How sweet you are, how you reflect that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Like what you just said right there, by far, about being like, okie dokie, I'm out of here. Like, that's so much funnier than the other stuff that we talked about.
Good, I never thought about using that, but that's
I've been
actually
saying this
good.
lately, and you guys can all take this, is that, writing, it's so important. And I've been in the Writers Guild and writing continuously for half a decade and stand-up for 9 years. But one thing that I've learned recently that I've told some of my closest friends is that the best writing is really just noticing when shit's right in front of you.
Right.
And that's all it is. It's just noticing. It's when.
Taking that snapshot.
Right. I mean, I was hanging out with my buddy Pete, one of my very good friends from PDC, one of my best pals in the back alley last week, and our phones make a bunch of noise. And I go, wow, why are our phones beeping? He goes, it's an Amber Alert. And I go, isn't it crazy that we live in a time where technology is so powerful that you can be made aware that somebody in the area has been abducted via your phone? And he goes, there's a way you can shut that out. And immediately, like some people would be like, oh, really? How? Or how do you know that? Or whatever. But instead, I just see dollar signs just punching. Literally just a new 4-minute chunk now that, you know what I mean? That all has to do with exactly that. Then I go into a porn, what a piece of shit he is, and all that stuff.
Right. You're there, you can shut it off and turn on indifference.
But my point is, it's like, just like with that story, your best joke probably already happened to you, and you just haven't put it in words yet.
I never even thought to do that.
And Dion's right, more of that stuff. Right in that alley, right in that vein, you can totally connect some dots there. Get some really good stuff out of it, because you have this like innocent, nice girl perspective, and you can fucking these guys down as something that you would find interesting. It's funny.
And because you're getting into guys in comedy, you guys, it's almost like you need to go times.
Whoa!
Boing, 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 boing.
Sarah, you've been one of the most picked out of the bucket guests in Bill Tony history, and it's always
That's all I ever wanted.
it's always fun watching new stuff and talking to you about it. Always exciting. Sarah Kenny, ladies and gentlemen, there she goes. She's on Twitter at @SKenny Comedy, all one word. @SKenny Comedy. Skenny Comedy. This is fun. I always ask first-time guests this question, Leon. Was there ever anything that you did stand-up comedy-wise when you very first started that you can't believe that you did on stage, like a bit or something that you did that, like, looking back on it, you're sort of embarrassed by? Like, we saw a guy earlier, Brian, who's been doing this a year now. You know what I mean? Was there anything when you first started?
I used to be a comedian. I know it sounds weird, but I hated that shit.
You mean like
when I first started, I went on stage and I was like, hey, how's everybody doing? Hey, great, give it up for yourselves. All right. To day I was looking for a parking space and like that whole shit. And like, and I used to always get on stage.
How long did it take you to get out there?
Yeah. One day I got super high and I forgot my jokes. So I went on stage with a piece of paper and read my jokes. And motherfuckers I slayed. These motherfuckers thought it was so funny. I couldn't remember my jokes. And I was just like, everybody positioning myself, and I just started getting high.
Wow. In one of the most beautiful, I always get a great answer out of that question. I always get a great answer out of that question.
Here we are.
Back to the bucket we go. I've asked you that before, right, Benji? You're on the record on one of those. Do you remember that? Yeah. Is there anything that pops in your mind? How do you answer that? The microphone.
I think I did a lot of racist stuff early on.
Yeah.
I don't think racist jokes are good, but when you're like, you gotta be a really good comedian to make racist jokes. So when you're young doing racist jokes, like when I look at some of the stuff I was saying, it was just awful shit. But this dude was just like, funny comedians are good. They get funny shit with it, or make shit with it. I did a most embarrassing
Let's go back to some of Benji's early racist material there.
Let's look at that.
Let's take a look at his Twitter. How badly I wish we had Michael Richards queued up right now.
What's interesting, Benji, you went through like an angry Benji phase. Do you still do that?
I stopped having angry Benji, but I think I'm going to. Yeah, please do. We love angry Benji.
Angry Benji's doing the same material, which is like, you know, like about frappuccinos and like white privilege stuff. But like,
Frappuccinos is white trash. They have like 800 calories.
Yeah. But like he screams it like with anger, like kind of like a Joe Rogan or something. That it works. It's just like the anger.
Brian thinks frappuccinos are fancy.
Yeah. White privilege, maybe frappuccinos. Go there, like
you know, he talks about the big life, like Lamborghinis and frappuccinos.
Well, you know what I mean?
In house on Westwood Boulevard.
All his material is kind of like you know, being like rich and coming up from a good place.
You know, Benji's still a little spoiled. He's got a Maserati and eats a Wiener Schnitzel every day.
I can't relate to this at all because all that stuff sounds really nice to me.
That's your white trash. You're figuring it out, Jeremiah. I had a little frappuccino with my Wiener Schnitzel today. I don't see what's wrong with it either. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This looks like a new name. Put your hands together for Scott James.
Guys, I recently had a birthday, and my mom got me very useful. She got me this Ancestry.com thing. And it's a kit. It's got some paperwork that you fill out, and then you spit into this file and you mail it off. And then they analyze your DNA and tell you what all your genetic makeup is, where all your ancestors come from. And why would my mom give me that? Should she not already know this? Right? That makes sense. Is this her way of saying that like dad's in question? Right? Like I brought my her results back. And I said, Mom, turns out I'm 16% Mexican. She goes, Cancun is pretty great. 1980. It makes sense. That's it.
I love it. Scott James. Fuck yeah. I like your style. You're like Ryan Seacrest with lesser work ethic.
It's very, very accurate.
How long have you been on stand-up?
I've been doing it about 5 years.
5 years. Where at?
St. Louis.
St. Louis. Fuck yeah. Oh, there's one person from St. Louis.
St. Louis.
St. Louis, level 1 for that one.
You live out here?
No, I'm just visiting.
That's fun. What are you in town visiting for? Just a vacation? Love
Just,
that.
trying to do this as much as I can, but also like I have a lot of friends for whatever reason.
Whoa.
What's up, man? 16th of the year, 5786, 93rd. 128 days, 128 days. 3761, creation of the Lord, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631, 137, son of Adam was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh was born. 3366, 395, Mahalalel, son of Kenan was born. 4 feet tomorrow, 4 feet. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the time of the Omer. Today is 32 days, which is 4 weeks and 4 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Eladivrei, Elohim, Chaim, but this is the glory of the Lord.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable, Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tatia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, folks, well, welcome back. Let's do a little bit of recapping and what we got through in part one of this talk about the Sacred Zohar, which again is one of the most intimidating books that I know of. People talk about how the Phenomenology of Spirit by Hegel is intimidating. I don't know, the Phenomenology of Spirit is like Fisher-Price compared to the Zohar, at least in my opinion, trying to understand it. So as we went through last time, the Sacred Zohar, the Book of Radiance, is a mystical midrash. And midrashic literature is just a kind of literature that I sometimes describe as Jewish jazz. Not that there aren't Jewish jazz musicians, but it's sort of like medieval Jewish jazz at the literary level. It's where a person will take a piece of scripture and then riff on it, and then someone will riff on that riff, and someone will riff on that riff, until you get something that's completely unrecognizable. But the idea is that if you know the guy that knew the riff, and he ripped off this riff, and that riff came from this riff, and you can do it to the genealogy, the same with jazz musicians, historians can do. Midrash works a lot like that in the Jewish literary world. And so what we have is a kind of mystical midrash, which is sometimes largely a commentary on various sections of the Bible, although the Zohar is very uneven. Some stuff, like Genesis 1:1, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, however you want to translate it, that verse gets dozens and dozens and dozens of pages right, and some other texts don't get much at all. So it's very uneven. It's composed of actually several different works combined together, and we talk about some of those minor works within the Zohar, which are self-contained units. Those self-contained units can be very accessible. The Saba or the Nuka, those sections are relatively accessible. Other sections like the Sifra Ditznuta, which is only 8 pages or so, is completely a mystery. It's one of the most difficult texts in all of Kabbalistic history. There have been dozens and dozens of commentaries written on it. It emerged in the 13th century in the circle of a fellow named Moshe de Leon. He's the principal author, but we know scholars think that there are lots of other folks' hands on this document as well. Though in the traditional world, in the Orthodox world, it gets its legitimacy because it's actually, according to them, traceable back to Shimon Bar Yochai, the 2nd century sage. And what's important about that is from their way of telling the story, right? So the academic progressive story is that it was composed in Spain, in the area of Leon, northern Spain, Castile, in the 13th century over the course of about 10 years. Beginning around 1270 or so, a little after maybe. The traditional story, the Orthodox story, is that no, it was actually composed by Shimon Bar Yochai in the 2nd century, and it was only revealed to the world in the 13th century. So that it existed the entire time, it just had only been revealed to the world by Moshe Leon and his circle. And some of the core concepts that we dealt with last time are maybe two of the more difficult concepts to grasp, and one of those is Ein Sof. And this is God and God's most transcendent state, which is to say that you can't say anything about this conception of God. This is a conception of God that's completely transcendent. Nothing is true of it, and you can only talk about it in the negative. So this is a way that you can do philosophy with Kabbalah. Remember that in a big way, Kabbalah, the Zohar, is trying to answer a lot of the same kinds of questions that were relevant in medieval Europe at the time, theologically and philosophically. And one of those questions is, can a being beyond all adjectives, beyond all predicates, can we even talk about such a being? And Maimonides famously said, no, all you can do is say God isn't wise, because God is wise in a way that you can't possibly understand. And so comparing your wisdom to God's wisdom is blasphemy, and therefore you must say that God isn't wise, or perhaps you could say, be speaking double negatives, and say God isn't ignorant, right? And so if God is infinitely non-ignorant, then we can infer from that logically that God is all-knowing, something like that. So this being, Ein Sof, whatever it is beyond all understanding. Now, obviously, it doesn't end there, because if it started to end it there, we would not be here, right? Something must have created this world. And so that process by which that happens is through the sphirot, the numerations. Again, how to translate this word is so difficult. That's why in most cases you just see that it's left in the Hebrew. But literally it means something like numerations. It doesn't mean number, because we have a word in Hebrew for number. It's mispar. And so it's not that. That's the standard noun. It would derive from the root of safar, but it's not. It's sphirot. It's in the plural, and so it means something like numerations. And these numerations, there are 10 of them, although we've seen other earlier Kabbalists had up to 13. And these are transcendental emanations of the divine. Now, that's just a really complicated way of saying that these are parts of God that flow out of Ein Sof. They flow out of that no-thingness. They flow out of the vast emptiness of the Godhead. And they flow out, and there are discrete moments in the development of the Godhead, right? God is a process, not a thing in Kabbalah. And so as these things develop, you can tease them out and say, oh, that's one. And that one's different from this one because of this. And that one's different from that one because of that. You can see how these things are different because they're different parts of the dynamic process by which God comes into being. And one way of thinking about Kabbalah, all of Kabbalah, is to imagine that Kabbalah is basically dedicated to the emergence, the development, the dynamism, and the external and internal relationship of the Sefirot, and also the relationship of the Jewish people via Jewish law to the Sefirot. And we'll see that in a big way tonight. Because what's really important to grasp about the Sefirot in the Kabbalah, especially in the Sefer Zohar, is that there's absolutely no way of thinking about what they are without thinking about what Israel is, and thinking about how Israel interacts with Jewish law, and that interaction with Jewish law has a direct bearing on the metaphysical structure of reality. We're going to get to the idea of tikkun olam tonight, which is a version of it, and as you'll see, it had nothing to do originally with giving to the poor. It had everything to do with you give to the poor, because that act of tzedakah, right, that act of righteousness, readjusts the dynamism of the Godhead and corrects the nature of God in some way, or realigns it in such a way that it brings about a new state of affairs, maybe even a messy state of affairs. So this is the two big ideas we covered last time. What is the Zohar? How was it composed? Who composed it? Those are all big, complicated questions that we had not solved until the early 20th century, the mid-20th century anyways. We're still solving it. The original state of God, so without end or no thingness, and then the bridge that emerges out of the so that reaches down to our world in the form of the Sefirot, or these numerations that first appear, of course, in the Sefirot. Any questions from last time? People like to ask questions I can't possibly feel, like, why 10 and not 15? Because the Sefer Yetzirah says 10, not 11, 10, not 9. That's why. Yeah,
I'm listening.
So perhaps it's a trivial question, but I see Ein Sof sometimes written A-I-N, or also E-I-N. it's probably just a variation, not a difference in the two.
So you would think, and there's a complicated pun at work in Hebrew actually. So Ein Sof written with one way of spelling with an aleph and one way of spelling it with an ayin can result in two different meanings of the word. So Ein Sof literally means without end, infinite. It's a negation. But the word ayin in Hebrew with the ayin, right, means nothing. So it means nothing, nothingness. And so there's a complex pun on this. Now, what you can do is you can, and we'll see this in a minute with the word keter, they'll pun on this, but one of the problems is just sort of the Hanukkah problem. How many different ways do you spell Hanukkah in English? Well, a lot, because there's no way of figuring out what to do with the dagesh and those letters in the word Hanukkah. But there is a complex pun going on here too, right? So homophonically, it can sound like the nothingness. It also can sound like without end. And so there'll be a lot of ideas about the idea of God and kind of nothingness, which for the Jewish Buddhists out there, the Jews, Kabbalah and Jewish Buddhism they get along pretty well.
So I guess I have a follow-up question, and I mean, we're not in 13th century Spain, so I just wonder about the pronunciation of Hebrew, Aramaic, in an environment that was neighboring to a chunk of time that people had Arabic-speaking neighbors who probably of Algeria. I'm wondering if they were distinguishing the pronunciation of Aleph and Aleph the way like Yemeni Hebrew would, or if it's like a lot of modern dialects of Hebrew, you don't see a difference. So it's just a right written difference. I don't know what was going on in this distinction.
I have the edge to these. In terms of historical linguistics, I really have no idea. My sense of it is that Sephardic Hebrew, at least now, doesn't make a distinction. I don't know when that distinction was lost. I mean, even in the Talmud, they talk about people who aren't making a distinction back then. That they're pronouncing ayin and aleph as the same, and that's taken all the way back in the Babylonian Talmud. So my guess is that Sephardi Jews, of whom Moshe de Leon wasn't making a distinction. But and it's interesting, right? Because the pun only works if you don't make a distinction. If you pronounce ayin and ayin as the same, and not ayin and ayin. Because if you do pronounce those two consonants, and those are, right, that's a different, one's a glottal stop, and one's a forced frinkled. If you do pronounce those differently, then the pun doesn't work. So my sense is because they like that pun, they were reading them identically, despite the fact that Hebrew could have been spoken like. And this also required me knowing something about how Rabbi Arabic was spoken, and I certainly don't mean anything from that. So my sense is that because that pun is possible to them, and no one criticizes the pun, then they must be pronouncing the two letters the same. I guess, but I'm not a historical. And that would require me to know things about Maghrebi Hebrew or Maghrebi Arabic and Iberian Hebrew in the 13th century. That definitely. Other questions before we jump into the Sfirot? Folks, there it is. The image that I think most folks who have some knowledge of Kabbalah, who've heard the Kabbalah, have seen this image dozens of times. This is the classic image. If you Google Kabbalah, this is what's going to come up. And I put off putting it up because the reason why I put off putting it up is because I don't want you to get fixated on it. Because this is the image that has locked into people's mind that all of Kabbalah is this. It's about the 10 Sfirot in the tree of life, Eitzachak configuration. And it's not. Kabbalah is much more sophisticated. It's much bigger than this. And even this alignment that you see here on the screen right now is an ideal alignment. This alignment will never happen in our lifetime unless the Messiah comes. In the Zohar, they are very clear, the writers of the text are very clear that this alignment is a perfectly balanced vision of what the Sfirot are. And it's very clear from the writer of the Zohar that's not the case. Because the world isn't perfect. So what you're seeing is an ideal representation of the spherode, not as they are, not as they ever have been, ever in all of history, but as they will be in the Messianic era, right? By Yom HaVu, when Hashem's name is one, right? When everything is unified. Then they will look like this, but not until then. So one of the things I just want to scrub people's minds is that this is what the spirit look like. They don't like this in the Kabbalah, in the Zohar. They do not like this. Because if they did, our world would look very different. Because our world and the supernal world in the Zohar mirror each other. And if bad to you today, if anything's bad to happen to anything at all, then that means the supernal world's also out of whack. Which means these relationships are not in relationship. So the thing that I just want to, again, I want to pound this drum. The thing I want to pound out this drum is that this is an ideal representation of the spirit, not how they are. They're always in an inner dynamic relationship. Right? God is sort of polyamorously in a relationship with God Himself, and all the various people, entities within God Self are always out of whack. So what is it that's out of whack? Let's go through them quickly. Right? The first spherode, right? You see how this is open at the top? Because that's open to Ein Sof. Everything emerged from Ein Sof. So from up above here be nothing. And yet here was everything. Ein Sof is up here. And then the first thing to emerge was the crown of God. The first apparent thing of God. So this thing, this crown, is the inner glory of God. It's the first moment of God's divine will. Because in order for there to be anything, there must be intentionality. And that's inner intentionality of God, the first stirring. I mean, this is part of you. Have folks ever woke up before their alarm? Like before your alarm goes off? The thing that made you get up before your alarm is the thing that's not even conscious to you. It wasn't like you consciously decided to get up before your alarm. It's that something arose in you to stir you into consciousness, before consciousness. Imagine this is the thing that gets up before God's alarm goes off. Right? Keter is that thing. It's not conscious. It's not a thing. It's completely unknowable. You can never know the thing that stirred you to get up 1 second before your alarm. But something stirred inside you in your primordial consciousness. And that first thing is Keter. And we can know nothing about it. Except for it must have happened. We can logically deduce it because things are here. Keter is completely unknowable. And as you can see here, right, at the top, it says I am nothingness. Because it's a kind of knowable nothingness. Ein Sof is an unknowable nothingness. Keter is a knowable nothingness. Now, in order to wake up, when you wake up, you immediately come into consciousness. But if you've ever had a sort of surprise wake up, your consciousness happens to you like a flash. Everything's like, right, on your Google map, your Google timesheet shows up, your calendar and emails and everything. It's like a flash of everything that you have to do for the day. That momentary flash that isn't even consciousness is Chokhmah. It's pure, undiluted consciousness that's completely just a flash of everything that you know all at once. Now, obviously, you can't dwell in Chokhmah because it's like everything that you know coming at you all at once. It's like a gestalt. You have to parse things out. You have to analytically think, all right, now I have to get up, now I have to get the kids up, now I have to write this email, now I have to do this and do this and do this. Your consciousness has to be compartmentalized into analytical structures. That analytification, that's not a real word, that analytification of God's consciousness is binah. It's God's intelligence at some level, or God's understanding, right, as opposed to God's wisdom. So the flash and then the analyticalization of that flash. And you can see how these happen immediately. They're not brief moments. They're not like long periods drawn out. These are like logical deductions. We'll come back to Dod in a minute. Dod's a weird sphere. Immediately flowing from Binah, we have Chesed. Chesed is the immediate moment where if you're doing things right, you know everything you have to do in the day. What is the first thing you should do? Take care of yourself. You know you got a lot to do. What's the first thing you should do? Make some breakfast. Get some coffee. Take care of yourself. This is chesed. This is the part of you that's loving kindness, pure loving kindness. But if you stay in loving kindness, you're never going to get it done. You can't just love yourself all day. And how do you do that? You judge yourself. I got to do work. I got to write this email. Oh, this email feel bad. This guy's bothering me on the email. So what do you switch to now? Judgment. You have to move out of the world of chesed to the world of judgment. And judgment is a part of you that judges. It says, this is worth doing, and that's how we're doing it. This is the email I'm not responding to. I don't like this guy. Who cares what he says? It's judgment. Judgment, when it's unchecked by chesed, that's evil. If you're just pure judgment, that's terrifying. Because pure judgment, unchecked by any loving kindness, can just be violent, vengeful rage. And in fact, in a Kabbalah, as we'll see tonight, this is where evil comes from. Imagine a bowl flowing from Bina to Chesed, right? And then Chesed flows immediately to Gevurah. Imagine Gevurah flows out a little bit. Pure, unchecked judgment flows out. That pure, unchecked judgment that flows out of Gevurah, that's evil. We'll get to evil tonight. Now, when all of these things are in balance, all these upper spheroid are in balance, that forms the most beautiful thing imaginable. The balance between justice and mercy, between analytical thought and pure insight, between the divine nothingness, that is Tiferet. It's the perfect balance of everything that can be made. Because you know how to judge, you know how to love, you know how to think, you know how to be wise. And Tiferet is the womb of creation. Everything becomes balanced in the womb of creation. From Tiferet, we have Netzach and Hod. Netzach and Hod are very strange little spheres that don't get enough attention, but they're very interesting. This is the fact that you have to persist. When you get perfectly balanced, I don't know about you, but folks ever gone to the gym and you meet your like fitness goals, or you reach your intellectual goals, or you reach whatever goals you have, and you want to stay there? You can't stay there. You have to continue to grow. Netzach is the part of you that continues to grow. It's the part of you that pushes you a little further than you think you can go. And then Hod is the part that's a little more inward, right? Because if you think you can only grow, you have nothing but blind ambition, well, that's unbalanced. So you need to check it. And what you check it with, you turn inward. You become introvert. In many ways, Netzach is the principle of God's extrovertedness, and Hod is the principle of God's introvertedness. Those come together in Yesod. And Yesod is something like absolute divine unity, concentration. Everything comes together in Yesod, and this is God processing. God is processing outward. There's outward momentum. Balanced, of course, right? Because that's how we imagine this thing. Although it's never balanced like this. It's balance between God's exuberance and God's interiority. I'm a very introverted person. Rabbi, as you may know, is an extroverted person. Imagine the two of us combined. We somehow have a very curly beard, more hair than I have. Both of these things combined is Yesod. This is the phallus of the divine. But the phallus of the divine isn't balanced. So what must be matched to it? The vagina of the divine. The vulva, the core vagina of the divine. And Yesod and Shekhinah fold in upon each other. You must think about this thing in like 3 dimensions. They fold in on one another. And into that folding flows out pure Shekhinah. And you can see here it's open at the bottom, almost like a womb, right? It's open at the bottom. And you are here. This is where our world is, in the world of Malchut. Malchut is kingship. I think better, queenship. Because the Shekhinah is how we interact with God in this realm. In this part of in this part of reality. We only really approach God as Shekhinah, as the feminine form of God. And so here, this is the area of reception and expansion of God's power. Just as the womb grows to hold the child, God is expanding. This is a part of God that receives all of the other spherot. And not only that, but God, everything that expands must contract. And so we are in the world of Malchut. We receive the law. Very important in a moment. We receive the Torah. What do we do with the Torah? Torah, we become pregnant with the Torah, we become wedded to God. Israel is always female. In the idea of Kabbalah, Israel is always female. We are wedded to God. We catch, in some ways, this divine procession, and then by following Jewish law, roll it back. So it's not just that Malchut and Shekhinah are passive feminine. That idea is not a Kabbalistic idea. It's not passive feminine, but Shekhinah is. Shekhinah is also receiving, but very importantly, projecting, processing back up, recessing back up. And everything we do down here gets mirrored back up the entire structure. This is the Kabbalistic solution for the problem we mentioned last time. How do you bridge the infinite and the finite? You start from the infinite recess of Ein Sof, way up here above Keter. There are these dynamic moments flowing down all the way to Shekhinah, and Shekhinah bounces them all the way back up. And that procession and recession continues, as long as it must continue, until everything's balanced. And that balance, achieving that balance, is the goal of Kabbalah. That's it. It's not your denial of your ego. It's not the obliteration of desire. It's not you being whatever, because it's not thought about as you. It's not about you. This text imagines Israel, the corporate Klal doing this. So the thing here that's at work is the rebalancing of the structure of reality. That, to the Zohar's mind, read the Zohar, that's the goal. It's achieving metaphysical, cosmic, interior balance. That's a metaphysical thing, it's a physical thing, it's all those things. It's all of the part of God. So, this is the image you've seen. This is the image I'm sure you've seen of the Sefirot. That is the 2-minute, 3-minute explanation of what's going on there. Now, again, what I want to drive home about this is that this is never balanced. It's never balanced. Because if it were balanced, right, we would not live in a world in which there was suffering and violence. Now, it's not to say that in the perfect world there won't be some kind of violence. There might be all kinds of violence. It just might be that violence is matched by chesed. Because, again, the writer of the Zohar doesn't imagine that in the perfect world the death penalty will go away. It just imagines it will be executed properly. Because in Jewish law, which is the perfect example of law, according to the Zohar, there are death penalty cases. There's 4 modes of the death penalty. You get beheaded, burned, stoned, strangled to death. So the Zohar imagines that people will be executed, even in a perfect world. But their execution will be just. It will be part of the Kufra, punished, being done correctly. So, again, don't put your liberal, progressive, woke ideas on the Zohar. Just don't do it, because that's not the way it imagines a world. What's important is to imagine the way it imagines a world. It, the Torah, the laws of Moses, revealed by God, are how this gets balanced out. We'll come back to that more in just a moment. Let's talk about the Shekhinah. Sorry for the text being so small on this slide. I'm not sure why. No, the reason why is because it's my fault. I put too much text on one slide. It's very simple. The word for Shekhinah is actually coming from the word for to dwell or to settle. The Shekhinah is the thing about God, the part of God, the aspect of God that settles amongst the world. It's a part of God that exists at our register of reality. And this idea has a couple of different historically important precursors that I just want to mention. The first is that you may know this, but you may not, that in the earliest instances of the discussion of Yahweh, Yahweh had a wife. There are really early images of Yahweh actually having a consort or a wife, and this being Asherah. The earliest depictions we have of Yahweh actually depict this being as having had a wife. And so early on in Israelite literature, there's always a very difficult relationship with the idea that God could have a feminine consort. And one way of dealing with that was to condemn everything dealing with femininity and everything dealing with the feminine aspect of God, especially Asherah, punishing the worship of Asherah. The other thing you can do with that is sublimate that. Good old classic Freudian terms. What that means is that there are all kinds of aspects of God that sort of get divinized, particularly God's wisdom. If you've ever read the book of Proverbs, there's a long section where wisdom becomes almost a kind of feminine God, where she's described as perfect, beautiful, and which is contrasted with the alien woman, Isha Zara. But there's an idea that wisdom can be personified and maybe even deified, and that idea is going to become hugely important in the Zohar later. Also, the idea that God has a kind of presence in the world that's distinct at some level from God. That God can appear as the angel of the Lord, or God can appear as a fire coming down the mountain, or dwelling in the Mishkan, or as a pillar of fire during the day. There is an idea that God's manifestation in the world can be different than God somehow. That there are two possibilities of the reality of God. And what ends up happening by the time of the Babylonian Talmud is that this term for the presence of God is sometimes referred to as the Shekhinah. This is the presence of God. Literally, the word means presence or indwelling. And while the noun here is in the feminine gender in Hebrew, it's never the case in the Talmud that they think of the Shekhinah as a woman, as a feminine gendered, woman gendered entity. Because they just think of it as a grammatically feminine noun, not as a woman. So as you might imagine, when the Zohar, part of what the Zohar is going to do is the Zohar and the Sefer Bahir are going to be mystical, not in that they read things in very elaborate, very obtuse ways, they'll do that too, but how they read things very literally. And if the text says the Shekhinah, and the Shekhinah is in the feminine gender, it must be feminine. Full stop. It just is. It's not just a grammatical reality, it's an ontological reality. And what we'll see in the Talmud is that it is the case that there often is bridal language used. So, for instance, one of the things that you may know is that there are a couple of books of the Bible the rabbis were always very, very, very nervous about. One of those was Kohelet, or Ecclesiastes. Another one of those books that the Bible is very concerned about was Esther, that never mentions God. And another one of those books the Bible is very concerned about was the Song of Songs, because it's about teenagers having sex. And that seems weird. So the rabbi said, look, it's not about teenagers having sex, it's about the relationship between God and Israel. Well, if God is the masculine partner in that relationship, well, what does that leave Israel? What leaves Israel the feminine partner? Well, some further speculation said, well, no, it's not Israel being feminine, it's another part of God. And so we have this idea developing over time. There could be an entire long series of lectures on the development of the Shekhinah. But we see that over the course of about 1,000 years, this concept goes from being a grammatical construct with an element of God living in the world to being an ontological, metaphysical construct with actually God being feminine. So there's a lot of complicated things going on in that. Also, what's worth pointing out here, and I don't want to dwell on this too long, is that in the old Gnostic mythology, this is the mythology that developed primarily in texts like the Apocryphon of John and some other texts as well, and the Nag Hammadi library in the larger Gnostic world. The Gnostics, as you may remember, were a group of Jews and Christians and pagans who believed that knowledge as opposed to faith liberated you from this world. That if you knew certain kinds of things about this world, you could escape from it. And that's what, it's knowledge saving you as opposed to faith saving you or belief saving you. In the Gnostic worldview, there was a divine emanation scheme, just somewhat similar to what we find in Kabbalah later, similar to Neoplatonic stuff and Middle Platonic stuff, where God flows out of God's self, and at the very last rung of that process, there's a disaster. And that very last rung is an entity called Sophia, wisdom, a very similar entity we find in the book of Proverbs. And Sophia wants to create something without reference to the divine world, and she ends up creating an abomination. This is called Baal, which is probably chaos child. And the text describes it as a living abortion, something really dreadful about that idea. But it's alive and not alive, it's ignorant, blind, and chaotic. And it creates an entire world to mirror itself and its insanity. And that world is our world. Our world is the world of that evil entity creating it. And the world is just a prison for us. It's a giant trap. And so what ends up happening, not to rehearse this too much, is that there seems to be some good evidence to say that elements of that kind of mythology survive in Judaism a lot longer than it survived in Christianity. We see similar elements to that in the Sefer Bahir, where it describes wisdom, Chokhmah, as a maiden from a far-off land or a maiden from a foreign land cast into our world. term emerged from that milieu. The last thing I want to say about the origins of the Shekinah are two things. One is we're living in 13th century Spain. If you know anything about the culture, idolizing remote women is all the rage in troubadour literature. It's all about the ideal woman who's completely virginal, and you have to sing all these praises to her, but you can never have her. This courtly literature is a huge part of Spanish literature, both at the literary level, but also at the troubadour level. And so there's an enormous outpouring of infinite longing for the unapproachable woman. And so we have that happening at the literary level, at the musical level, at the popular level. Also, the other thing I should point out here that's also very important is at the same time that this is going on in the Jewish world, the Marian cult in the Catholic world in Spain is also being extinct. The adoration of the Virgin Mary was not always a big deal in the same way that it is now. That really began in Spain. And the adoration of the Virgin Mary was very, very popular. And so there's some reason to believe that the adoration of the Virgin Mary, that the Shekinah, the development of that, may have been a Jewish response to the larger hegemonic culture, where the Jewish response was, look, they're trying to convert a bunch of us, and what's really popular is this whole Virgin Mary thing. Well, we got that. It's not even Virgin Mary, we got God. God does all the stuff, the cool stuff Virgin Mary does. And so if you read the Zohar carefully, a lot of the stuff it says about the Shekinah looks a lot like the kind of stuff that developed in the Marian cult. And so, unsurprisingly, the minority culture is mirroring in a very sort of hybridity way, Baba, that they're hybridizing the Marian cult and developing a hybridized version of it, and that hybridized version leaning on their tradition when it comes to the Shekinah. There's a lot of debate about that, but I find it to be a very convincing analysis, especially when you take some post-colonial studies and apply it at some level to that stuff. I think it makes a very compelling point about the origin of Shekinah being something that's developed in Judaism as a response to what's going on in larger Spanish culture, both literarily and in song, but also Marian culture. Again, we use the word cult here not to diminish their religiosity. It's just we use the word religious, sorry, to use the word cult to indicate a very specific kind of attention. It's in the Zohar that the Shekinah becomes an explicitly feminine aspect of God. In the Sefer Bahir, we have echoes of this, we have murmurs of this, but it's in the Zohar that it's no doubt that there is a definitively feminine aspect of God, and at some level, that's the aspect of God that human beings deal with. And this 10th Sfirah, Malchut, the world of indwelling, the world of the kingdom, is often tied to Rachel, who's, as you probably know, is associated with mourning. And so the world of Malchut is associated with color black because of Rachel. All of the various Sfirot are associated with colors, with matriarchs and patriarchs. They're all associated with all kinds of parts of the body, as you probably saw in the diagram. There's all kinds of things that get associated with it. What the writer of the Zohar does is something very interesting. When they want to find where the Shekinah is, they will rely on the fact that anytime you see the word et in Hebrew, et, as you may know for folks who know some Hebrew, et is a direct object marker in Hebrew. It doesn't get translated. So if you want to see it, for instance, at the very beginning of Genesis, I have the very first verse of, or part of the first verse of Genesis here, right? Bereshit bara Elohim es hashamayim ve'haaretz. So Bereshit bara, in the beginning, he made, namely God, what? Es. Et. Pronunciation is correct. Et. God created et. Now, to read this grammatically correctly, you would say, in the beginning, he created, who created? God, Elohim, gods. Et, direct object marker. What did God create? Hashemayim ve'haaretz. God created the heavens, and further direct object marker, the earth. So, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. No, because the Torah would never just throw words around. So, the et here, Aleph Tav, and Aleph Tav, cannot just be superfluous. They can't just be random direct object markers. What are they? It's the Shekinah. It's a Shekhinah. And so they say, no, this is the world of the Shekhinah, that this world perhaps is the world of Sefirot, and that after the Shekhinah is Hashemayim Ve'Haaretz. The heavens come first, and then Shekhinah dwells in the earth, the Aretz. And so what we have here, right, in the Aretz, so we have is a very Kabbalistic reading, but also an incredibly literalistic reading of the Bible, where a direct object marker that is not just a direct object marker. It's the creation of the emanation rather of Shekhinah into the heavens, and then further the Shekhinah into the earth, into the world of Malchut, into the world, our world. They make a lot of big deal about this. The Zohar is all about this because it means that Shekhinah dwells in the heavens and she dwells in the earth, and that's in our world. Notice who does not dwell in our world? Elohim. Right? Elohim certainly doesn't bara, because bara is creation with no subject doing the creating. It's just he creates, or creates, you could say. What creates? Nothing. Right? In the beginning, nothing created. What did nothing create? Elohim. Sefirot, and then what flows from them? Shekhinah, and where is Shekhinah? Hashemayim and Haaretz. For the Kabbalists, the Zohar, they see the entire structure of the Sefirot echoed in the first 6 words of the Bible. Again, not because they're reading things out of it that are unusual, but rather because they're reading it incredibly literally. So, what's fascinating about this is that, again, it shows you something about how the Zohar works in terms of Kabbalistic hermeneutics, and also why this text is very difficult, because if you don't read Hebrew very well, and you don't understand Hebrew grammar very well, then it's all basically lost on you. It could be lost on you. So what's going to happen in all of this is that the world of Malchut is joined with the supernal world in what is called Yichud, or unification. This is kind of a sacred marriage. And what's going to happen according to the world of the world, our world, is that the task of our world is to take the Shekhinah, which is in exile, this idea that God's presence in exile is found in the Talmud. When Israel goes into exile, into the Galut, so does Shekhinah go into the Galut. And our task is to reunify Shekhinah, which is in Galut, in this world, this eternal world, and as we do that with the process of Jewish law, it's the case that we remarry Shekhinah, and Shekhinah remarries the upper world, and then everything is like a giant lock, and it all clicks into place. Ultimately, everything is resolved. Everything's the imbalance is resolved. Now, why does that imbalance happen? The Zohar never says. And as we get later on, next time, into Lorianic Kabbalah, we will learn why, according to at least Lorianic Kabbalah, why the primordial imbalance happened. And we'll get to the big drama about why it happened. We'll get to it next time. So what ends up happening here is that we are plunged into matter, and we have to return back by redeeming matter. Now, what's different about, for instance, Kabbalah and maybe Gnostic text is that there's nothing wrong with matter. It just needs to be redeemed. Just like a coupon. There's nothing wrong with a coupon, but a coupon needs to be redeemed. And so the idea is that you redeem matter. Not that you escape it, not that you betray it, not that you get rid of it. It's not bad or evil, but it's in need of redemption. How does that redemption happen? It happens through this spiritual process of being reunified with the supernal world. Even what happened in the Garden of Eden, that really went awry, it's not really clear what went awry, is that there's some indication, at least in some sections of the Zohar, that what ended up happening was that Adam became so infatuated with the supernal world that he abandoned his material wife. That Adam was actually 2 pipes. So notice it's a complete inversion of the Garden of Eden story. In the Garden of Eden story, it's that, in the original version, it's that human beings are 2 worldly, they're 2 sexual. And that version is that they committed sex or whatever, they did some kind of thing or whatever it was, and that being focused too much on their bodies messed them up. No, in the Zohar version, Adam is actually too fixated on the Shekhinah, and his partner, Chava, wife, physical world, feels abandoned by him. She's not satisfied by him. She's not he's not doing his duty. And that's what allows her to be seduced by the nachash, by the snake. And so the traditional version is all the blame put on her. She gets tricked by the snake. But in the Zohar's version, at least one version of the Zohar's version, it's his fault. He's a negligent husband. Because he's so focused on the supernal world that he's not focusing on the physical world, which is his world. The physical world's our world. And the Zohar is very clear about this. You cannot focus just on the spiritual world. You cannot become a monk. There's no mystical, Kabbalistic monks. You are obliged to deal in this world. And it's only by dealing in this world that you can actually deal with the spiritual world. So, again, how does this get fixed? Well, Moses eventually comes and gives us the Ten Commandments, or gives us the Torah, and it's by combining the spiritual and the physical. Again, the Zohar is all about balance. Combine the spiritual and the physical, that we begin to climb the ladder again. Adam focused too much on the world of the supernal. Other patriarchs focused too much on the world of the terrestrial. And the idea is we must combine them into one another. And this becomes incredible. The language here is always incredibly sexual. The language is, the Zohar is very involved with sexual language. Because sex is part of human life. Sex is part of religious observance. You have to have sex. You're obliged to be fruitful and multiply. Again, it imagines of course, he's imagining a very hyper, heteronormative way of thinking about this. Although I think at the edges of the text, there's a lot of interesting homoeroticism, and there's a lot of queering stuff that one can do with the Zohar in a way that I think is very, very rich. Not that I think is very rich. Queer people, trans people have done incredible things with the Zohar that have shown this text is hyper heteronormative, but at the same time, many of the ideas it commits itself to don't conform to that. It can't logically. So they make all kinds of cool studies to show that those categories break down pretty rapidly. You get a little bit under the hood or under the sheets of what's going on, and the Zohar is a lot more happening here. Well, the idea ultimately is that there's a kind of sacred marriage between Israel and Shekhinah, and the Shekhinah, Israel, Sephirah, and by the observance on the Jewish law as a kind of ritual act of intercourse. The observance of law is kind of thought of as a kind of intercourse, that as you do the law, you're having spiritual intercourse with the divine. Because it's only because the Jews have a covenant with God, a marriage contract with God, that they can do the things they can do. The only similar thing to that Jewish custom is sex. It's only by having a certain kind of relationship with a certain kind of person that you can have sex with them. Well, because God and Israel have this relationship, then it must be the case that all of these 613 rules are fundamentally a kind of intercourse with the divine. And so it's long, all of them incredibly erotic terms. And so this is very much linked to things like Shabbat. As we'll see next time, Shabbat becomes incredibly linked and Kabbalah is the core observance. In fact, if you've ever done Kabbalah Shabbat, which I imagine most people in this class have, Kabbalah Shabbat is a completely invented service by 16th century Kabbalists to reenact the marriage between God and Israel every single week. So if you ever sung Lech Hadodi, that's the reason why you sing it. It's because you get married every week to the Shabbat God. And that idea comes directly back from Zohar. It's become so ingrained in Jewish customs that it's now a service that basically every Jew does every week. In fact, I would say even liberal Jews, if they only go to shul once a week on Friday nights, they're doing Lech Hadodi, they're doing Kabbalah Shabbat. So they're doing the Hieros Gamals, they're doing the sacred marriage as is understood here in the Kabbalah. Now, this hyper focus on sex is probably a dig at the Catholics. One of the things that Judaism did have going for it, that Catholicism didn't, is that Catholicism is really down on sex. And I don't know if you know this about people, they like sex. People love sex. It's a big thing. They like it. They get down and people pay for it. People sell it. It's a big part of the internet. It may be the reason why the internet exists, basically. We may just be piggybacking on like video games and sex. So I think that's actually true. It's probably we piggyback on military intelligence, Pornhub, and video games. I think now video games and military intelligence are the same thing too. So anyway, it's very much the case that part of this whole attitude towards sex is this very hyper heteronormative and very much in the marriage environment. But it's also the case that this is probably a dig at Christianity, because Christianity is all about priestly celibacy. It's all about the perpetual virginity of Mary, and it's all about the fact that Jesus and Paul were never married, I suppose never had sex. And the Jews at the time, the rabbis at the time, are like, yeah, that sucks. Sucks for them. They got to be celibate. Mary never got to have sex, or at least she only had sex with God, kind of, or whatever. And Jesus and Paul never got married, never had sex. Like, they're inferior. Even the average rabbi down the street doing some Kabbalah gets laid at least once a week. And your God never got laid? Then you're your God. Right? Your main prophet, Paul, was like, hated his body, hated having sex. Something wrong with him. Like, we got that kind of problem around here. So, I think also a lot of this hypersexual stuff going on in the Zohar is also the day of Christianity. It's the Catholicism. Because they got their relationship to physical body at some level. Again, part of it's about maintaining your Jewish community. By saying, yeah, you can have sex. It's great to have sex. In fact, you're obligated to have sex. You gotta have sex. But know that your sex is part of this mystical thing, and it's very carefully constrained. Those things are also true as well. Now, if there's good stuff, like sex, there's also bad stuff. Of course, that's evil. And evil, and the Kabbalah, is thought of as part of God. This is called the Sitra Achra, the other side. Now, what's important to know about the history of evil in the Jewish world and in the Christian world is that evil in the classical theology of the Jewish world was thought of as basically a kind of privation. That evil was something like cold. Cold is just a lack of heat. Darkness is just a lack of light. Darkness is nothing on its own. Cold is nothing on its own. And so, because these things are just negations of something else, they don't really exist. So, evil is just a non-existent place where God isn't. It's a part of you that rebels against God. It's part of your heart, according to Augustine, that rebels against God. Empty your heart of the divine grace, and that emptiness inside your own heart, the God-shaped hole, that's evil. And because Satan is just a pure rebellion, Satan's just pure negation. Well, this is true of Neoplatonism, it's true of lots of different traditions within Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. The rabbis of the Kabbalah, especially in the Castilian Kabbalah, Zohar, say, no, evil's real. And it's not hard to imagine why a medieval Jew could be very convinced of the reality of evil. Evil was part of their world. I mean, they didn't face pogroms. They knew about pogroms. They didn't face annihilation the way they did in Germany. But the creeping reality of the Reconquista, no Jew in their right mind in 13th century Spain had any pretensions that once they were done with the Muslims, they were not going to come to the Jews. Evil was real. So we're not going to have this philosophical horse crap. We're not going to have this idea that evil's not real. Evil's real. And if evil's real, it must come from God. Because everything comes from God. Everything flows from Ein Sof. So where does it come from? Well, we'll think back to this image, and we talked about this a minute ago. So Keter flows into Chokhmah. Chokhmah flows into Binah. And again, you can imagine sort of a rush of water, rush of light. As it rushes out, it sort of gets caught by Chokhmah. And as it rushes back over to Binah, it gets caught by Binah. As it rushes over to Chesed, it gets caught by Chesed. But as Chesed rushes over to Gevurah, you can't catch it all. There's so much power flowing now that it hits into Gevurah, and it's like a bowl when you pour water into it, some of it runs out the side. Or it's like the famed image of the
Almost Aquarius.
Any other one is the image of black.
This Aquarius, they need about 10 minutes.
Of an item in a blacksmithery or in a smithery.
Can you hear me?
And the only way you're going to get a fork or a knife or
Can you hear me?
or a sword or whatever is you pound it. You have to pound that. There's no way
Hello.
to shape the unformed metal without pounding it.
Hi, can you hear me? I need like 10 minutes.
Shards of metal fly out.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's an inevitable part of creating something. When you create something,
Thank you.
sparks. And those sparks are
Yes, ma'am.
and they're dross, they're wreckage. In the Zohar, that wreckage, that dross, those sparks, that excess of pure Gevurah, pure rage, righteous rage, you can imagine what ends up happening is that it flows out of Gevurah coats the entire backside of all of the other spheroid. Like a kind of evil coating of darkness, a kind of hatred, a rage, an inversion of each one of these. And as it coats the backside of them, that forms another reality. And that other reality is the world of the Sitra Achra, the other side. These are like inverted, evil, negative image spheroid. So horrifying that the first three don't even survive. They're so absolutely evil that the will of God destroys them, that they are annihilated. They can't even exist at all. They implode in their own absolute negativity, like a black hole or something. But the other seven, right? So the first three implode and vanish. The last seven, they continue to exist. Oh, I should say this about Da'at. Sorry. In some schemes of this, you may see another spheroid here, another sphere right here. It's called Da'at. It means knowledge. The reason why there might be another sphere here is because Keter, because it's so not a thing, they don't count it as real. You need something else to make the 10 up, and Da'at becomes the kind of pseudo sphere. It gets really complicated. We can't get into it for the purpose of this class, but it ends up being a balance between the completely nothingness of Keter, of Chokhmah and Bina, and the balance of these three, just like these are balanced here, these four are balanced in Tifereth, you get a balancer here and Da'at. But often you'll see it drawn with sort of like a dot circle to be Da'at. If you have questions about that, we can get to that later. At any rate, that dross is thrown off, and that becomes evil. For the Zohar, evil's real. It's a necessary aspect of reality. And you can't get rid of it by anything other than refining it. You can't get rid of it except for by refining it. You have to subject it to purification. And how does one purify it? One purifies it by the process of Olasist. Now, as we get into later on, what's important to know about this, I'm going to go a little bit over, but I think we'll get a lot of this done. So, the Zohar doesn't imagine evil as an inherently bad thing. It imagines it as an excess of something that has to be tempered. And you temper it by rectifying it, by fixing it. And in the later Lurianic Kabbalah, we'll get to this later on, this becomes the shards, or the klipot, these demonic entities, demonic angels almost, that rule the world of darkness. And that world of darkness can creep into our world. And one of the lines in the book of Genesis that the Zohar really harps on this is it talks about the 7 Edomite kings that died. And this is a throwaway line, Genesis 22 or something, that it seems like that these lines don't have anything to do with anything. There's a bunch of Edomite kings that died. No, not for the Zohar. They're the primordial evil wolves that exist. And you have to deal with them. You have to deal with them by rectifying them. And the thing that the Zohar is the most worried about, the thing that it harps on the most more than I think anything else, is the same kind of thing the Catholics harp on. And that's masturbation. My God, the Zohar is horrified of sexual sins, especially masturbation. And there's the idea that if one wastes seed, then that seed, the spent semen that's sort of lying there, becomes demons. It just becomes like more and more demons. The world gets more and more imbalanced and more tilted to the side of the other side. Also, the uncleanliness of so-called menstruation. This is a deeply horrifying world. In fact, so much so that because of the primordial sin of Eve, she is the sort of representative of evil in the world, because her menstrual blood is like a dross thrown off by her menstrual cycle. And the menstrual blood is just like the draws throughout the process of creation, where creation was sort of didn't occur, baby wasn't born. Again, this is all problematic in lots of ways. But the idea is that blood flowing out of her mirrors the draws thrown off in the process of creation, whereby you get this sort of not createdness. And there's a ton of interest in evil. The Zohar abounds in discussions of evil, and it's probably leaning very heavily on discussions of evil we found in the earlier Kabbalists of Castile, or the Cohen brothers. They were very interested in evil. They were treated as the emanation of the inside. And so there are tons and tons of things about evil, especially anti-Gentile stuff. So we have to be very honest. The Zohar hates Gentiles. Overwhelmingly thinks Gentiles are corrupt, evil, dangerous, and bad. This is not an ecumenical text. At any stretch of the imagination, do not read this text and imagine this text has anything good to say about Gentile people, non-Jewish people. It's very negative on them. And so, again, are you that surprised? Again, imagine being Jewish in 13th century Spain. Do you have positive interactions with non-Jewish people, with Christians? Not really. So it's unsurprisingly they're going to have a pretty negative attitude when it comes to non-Jewish. Now, does that mean that the Zohar is inherently bigoted? It might. It might mean that it's a bigoted text, especially if you take those same attitudes and apply them to non-Jewish people now. Yeah, it's going to result in you being real bigoted, mystically bigoted, probably the worst form of bigotry. So we have to own the fact that stuff is in there and deal with it as Jews. If you want to study the Zohar and study the Kabbalah, you have to understand there are bigoted things against non-Jewish people there, and you have to deal with them in whatever way you think is fit to deal with them. And they can lean on that because the historical character of Shimon Bar Yochai himself was heavily impressed by the Romans and the Roman colonial project in Judea, and also Shimon Bar Yochai says some of the most shocking anti-Jewish, anti-Gentile stuff by the entire Talmud. He says once that the only thing that Gentiles and snakes share the same thing in common. They're both better without heads. That stuff is terrible. So those of us who non-Jewish people are a huge part of our life, that stuff is unconscionable. It's there. It's in the Talmud, it's in the Zohar, and we have to deal with it. We shouldn't ignore it. It's there. Now, can anti-Semites pick up all that stuff and claim that the Talmud is racist and hates Gentile people, and they can do the same thing about the Zohar? They don't know the Zohar very well, so they won't do that. But it's there too. Just so you anti-Semites know, they can also attack us with the Zohar. They don't know that because they don't take the time to actually read the stuff. The demonology of the Zohar is very complex. Numerous stories of demons in the Zohar, and that's not surprising because you have the exact same kind of demonological stories flourishing in Christianity at the time. This is the exact same time that you get a rapid rise in demonology and the Christian world as well. And so, again, unsurprisingly, Jewish and Christian demonologies are sort of developing at pace with one another at this time period, and eventually this will give rise to the concept of the Dybbuk, and we'll get to the Dybbuk in a little while. We'll get to concepts of possession, exorcism, and Judaism that began to emerge primarily in the late 16th century. So the Dybbuk, you heard of the idea of the Dybbuk, the version is going to emerge primarily, at least original in some. Last thing for the night. What's really important about the Zohar is that it's an incredibly conservative text, which is to say it wants to defend rabbinic tradition. It's very wed to rabbinic tradition. There's no interest in sort of bucking rabbinical tradition. Now it interprets saying the rabbinical tradition in very exotic and very avant-garde ways, but it's very worried about philosophy. Because philosophers are the most dangerous people in the world, y'all. I don't know if you know about us. We're dangerous people. That's why they kill us from time to time. And one of the things that worried the writers of the Zohar is that the Jewish philosophers at the time, like Maimonides, argued that basically all the weird stuff in the Torah is just symbolism. It's just metaphor. And really, God is really concerned about you being reasonable, being rational, being a good person. And if you understand the Bible in more terms than that, you're probably engaging in some kind of stupid idolatry. Because you just don't know better, you're not really trying to philosophy. The danger with that, folks, is that Jews are facing an overwhelming pressure to convert beginning at this time in the 13th century. Very strong pressure to convert. They can be given land and title and deeds. They can be given all kinds of encouragement to convert. Conversion is very, very attractive. And again, forget, we're 190 years out, 200 years out from the Alhambra decree in 1492. The pressure is already on for Jews to convert. And as you can imagine, a wealthy Jewish doctor, wealthy Jewish poet, wealthy Jewish, rabbi, who's had a lot of pressure to convert, if he's a Maimonidean and believes that really God's a kind of metaphor, and the Jewish law is a kind of metaphor, angels are kind of metaphors, why the hell are you going to stick your neck out for a bunch of metaphors? If Jesus and God and Moses and they all kind of come out the same on the wash, you get to keep your job and flourish and get new land, you best believe those people converted. They converted not because they hated their religion, but because they were educated enough, or perhaps too much, that they can say, look, I can still worship my God inwardly, I can still believe in all the things I believe in, And I can pray in the church. Because praying in church gets me a deal, gets me a title. So why not convert? Zohar says, because you mess up all of reality. That's why. You stupid, dangerous, bad Jew. Why? Because the very way that you the very way that God engineered reality was that you reverse engineer it and correct it by following the Torah. You have to understand what are called the Ta'ameh Mitzvot. The Ta'ameh Mitzvot are the reasons for the commandments. The commandments in the Torah are not random. They're not made up things. When God says to put the felon on, when God says where tzitzis, when God says honor the Sabbath on this day, not Sunday, when God says do this, God's not telling you random things. God's telling you that this is a roadmap for not just a roadmap for piety, but a roadmap for the reconstruction of reality. This is how you fix the world. And not only that, God's telling you not just to follow these rules because you should follow them. God's telling you to follow the rules because God follows them. God kept Shabbat. God puts on the felon. God puts on a talent. God does everything that you're supposed to do. This is imitatio Dei. The task is not for you to do a bunch of rules. The task is to
How many more minutes,
rules because God does those rules. And insofar as God does those rules and you do those rules, you are co-creators of the perfect world. And it's only by doing that, it's only by following the Jewish law scrupulously, especially the rules that make no sense. It's only by following those rules that make no sense that you have any chance at all of fixing the world, of balancing out the world of Sefirot. The only way you can do this, the only way that the world will fix is by Jews being observant Jews. So, again, to drive this point home, the Kabbalah is not liberal, hippy-dippy Judaism. The Kabbalah is the most radically, legally conservative Judaism you can imagine. And why? Because the esoteric meaning of the mitzvot is that they are actually part of the reconstruction, recreation, renovation of the world. The renovation of the world, tikkun olam, the reparation of the world. And it's only by following the Jewish law as scrupulously as possible, especially the parts of it that don't make any sense, is that accomplished. So, in the same way that God created the world, and God mandated the various holidays, the mandating of those holidays is not just you doing things, it's not just Rosh Hashanah or Pesach. These are divinely mandated temporal structures in which one can correct the world at a very specific way at a very specific time, but you can't correct the world any other day of the year. You have special powers that day, right? And you have to correct the world. And the Zohar loves, for instance, very minor holidays. Sometimes you travel to Israel, they'll ask you what a Jewish holiday is. They're trying to weed out, I don't know, rabble-rousers. Right? They're trying to weed out people. Well, I've always wanted to mess with them, right? And say, yeah, my favorite holiday is Shemini Atzeres. Shemini Atzeres. It's the most obscure holiday ever. But the Zohar says Shemini Atzeres is the most important holiday in the world to come. There'll be no more important holiday. Yom Kippur will be a joke. But Shemini Atzeres is a completely obscure holiday. Right at the very end of the fact. No, that's what's really important. Because that's what's going to be important in the world to come. Right? So all of the holidays get these heavily mystical meanings. Counting of the Omer. Something that seems completely ridiculous. You're counting down the days to bring a piece of grain to the thing that we don't do anymore? Oh, yeah. Counting of the Omer is incredibly important. You're not just counting out the Omer, you're counting out the reception of Torah. So you get to replay the entire process again. So everything becomes heavily imbued. If you ever stayed up late on Shavuot, have you ever done a tikkun on Shavuot, stayed up late on Shavuot studying? Yeah, you've done something Kabbalistic. Why? Because the entire process, right, is by receiving the Torah again, you have to hold on, studying, to receive it again. And so you get a completely cyclical period of time. The Zohar is imagining a cycle, and that cycle gets you, and it spirals up, right? You start from here, cycle, for eventually we reach the world of the divine. It's through the process of the rectification of the divine, tikkun olam, that the world's redeemed. Now, this gets liberalized in our modern conception, right? It means that be a good person would be by saying that make the world a better place. But Kabbalists do not imagine it as like make this world a better place. It's the idea that you're renovating this world metaphysically, ontologically, cosmologically. So that idea is found deep in the sacred Zohar. So, folks, these are the major things of the Zohar. These are the big things. If you were to read the Zohar, study the Zohar, you see these things over and over and over again. It's like it's like jazz. They're gonna take these things and play them over and over again. There's other things, there are minor things that are important. These are the big things. And so, the Sphirot, the Shekhinah, balancing of the Sphirot, the idea of the Sitra Achra, the theory of evil, and the idea of the Torah and the Mitzvot. These are the big themes that dominate the literary text that is the Sacred Zohar. What we're going to pick up with next week is how this thing became scripture. How did anyone believe this was true? This book just appeared, and people are like, yeah, that's it. That's the roadmap for the recreation of all beings. It's this book that has to do with Spain. So people were skeptical, and we'll talk about how this became scripture, how this went from being a weird collection of texts.
At Newark Airport and hit the light pole, a United Airplane.
No, I was not aware.
I just accidentally was doing something like it just what the YouTube and Craig did, and I was hearing it, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? And it said a plane landed at Newark Airport and hit a light pole trying to land at Newark Airport. I said, what is wrong with this? But you know what? Some of these planes do be going low because these Delta planes, every time they want to go down the thing, you be seeing these planes be going low. And even my Uber driver, some of the planes, we was like, ooh, these planes are a bit low. Now, I have heard that some of the pilots will be a little bit intoxicated, too.
So that's not
and
good.
they ain't supposed to be behind that thing, but I believe they do sometimes, or they probably landed too close or too soon. What do you think?
I don't know, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you for joining me as I explore.
I think they landed too soon. I don't know. I don't know if they. I don't know. I just don't know. But you know what? They need a lot of power traffic. What do you call them people? Control tower people?
Sure.
They need them. One of people at the thing, he left to get training. They need a lot of them. They do. They need a lot of them.
It's definitely.
They need a lot of them. They really do.
Alrighty, Miss Aquarius. Thank you for your patience. I have sent you an invite. So when you're ready, you just let me know.
I'm ready. But it's just crazy, man. That's just crazy. These planes, boy, I don't know. These planes weren't going through this, you know. Now, it's been going through it and everything. It's like crazy, like spirit. They didn't give people enough time or nothing like that. Now, a lot of people are stranded and scrambling to get back home. That's crazy, you know?
Yes, I do. You had an amazing spare, by the way.
Thank you. Some of these people, I just don't understand. Like, I think some of the police said they knew, like, especially some of them said they knew about it. They knew it was going to happen, but I think they should have gave them some notice. But they are hurt. I'd be hurt for you, too. But these people got the, you know, they got to pay bills and stuff like that, you know?
Right.
Now they got to start all over. Some of them said they might not do flight attendants no more.
17,000 people is 17,000 people is a lot of people.
Yeah, I thought, wow. You should have gave them a heads up. At least all of them. Changes too.
Miss Aquarius, J-Ski was talking to you if you didn't hear him.
Oh, I just
Hi,
let him know.
J-Ski.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
Mr. Chris. I did message you letting you know I went out. I went outside.
You did? I was not even around my phone, Jesse.
Oh, it's okay. It's all right, because I'm going to go outside right now. See if it's up. Okay.
Okay, where have you gone? We looking, we watching, I was praying for you.
That's right.
Yeah, in like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead. But yeah, it's just sad, man.
What a strike.
They could have gave him a notice. They could have gave him 2 weeks or a month notice. What y'all think? They should have gave him a month notice, especially the people that travel.
Yeah, I mean, it did seem abrupt.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, get it. Oh, big score,
I
Mr.
hope.
Aquarius.
I just pray that some of them people get their refund.
Get
I
it.
hope the people get their refund. You know, some of the people that do want to fly, I hope they get, I hope the airlines help them and stuff. I hope.
I agree. Miss Aquarius,
Yay.
you're on fire, girl.
Thank you. You're right behind me, Rabbi. Get it. I hope so.
No. You got me, Miss Aquarius. Excellent win.
Thank you. You went on me.
Yes, ma'am. I'm closing in 596. Riser and Zoot always want to play bowling, and I say nope.
See what I mean? Concentrate on it. No.
That's what I told him.
No. You can't play. When you get to 599, you cannot play with them.
I know that.
They got away from me.
That's right, madam.
I knew it looked familiar. What's wrong with y'all? No. You want to play with you can play with them. I play with my friends sometimes, but when you get to 599, Rabbi, you got away from me, okay?
I know. And I told them.
You can play with them.
I told them.
Friends.
I told them no bowling. They know. They know. I told them no bowling.
Yeah, they hard-headed. But it's okay. Because I play with my friends. You gave me permission to play with just my friends, right, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am. But you're your own person. You don't need my permission. Yes, ma'am.
Let's just okay. Oh, here we go.
Yes, ma'am.
Rabbi.
I see him.
Oh, yeah. Look, Rabbi.
I see him.
Yeah, we outside, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm happy. Yay! You got this right.
Yes, ma'am.
Good job.
Thank you.
Now, multitasking. All right. Stacey, I heard you was out again late.
Oh, yeah. I was 7-11. Like, 11, But
He
that's
said you looked like you was at Home Depot, he said.
Oh, well, I was walking past and I live near a lot of bars and nightclubs and cocktail bars. So there was a lot of people out at the time. And then one of the Mexican restaurants, you know what I'm going to show you? One of the Mexican restaurants, they have like a bunch of order meat set up. Because Cinco de Mayo is coming up in like 2 more days. That's like a holiday. But I'll take you with me tomorrow. Probably around this time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to the movies. So I'll show you like the movie theater. I go to some festival like the This is like it's much better than the one I normally go to.
Okay.
Oh, they cool. They got everything set up.
Nice. Are you going to that taco truck that we saw yesterday?
Well, yeah. It's right there. It's right there.
Oh, yeah. The one I said it looked like where Marathon is.
Yeah. But I will admit, the tacos are good. Like the small ones, they're like $3, but he puts a lot of meat on it. And it's just, it's real good.
Ooh.
And then that's the restaurant down there that has like all the orders. Because all curious, they got their own little fight set up as well.
I want to go to the Mexican restaurant.
Oh, yeah. We have so many different restaurants out here. I like
All right, Rabbi. You win, I win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Undefeated in friendship. Yay.
That's right, madam.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of people. Ooh, good.
I love that onion stuff.
Here's the taco truck outside. Ooh, wee. Oh, y'all got one inside. That's neat. Oh, yeah, that's neat. So let's put, oh, I got time out for that. So what do you get at this taco truck, JC? JC. I know it's a lot of people. I know it's a lot of noise. No, real quick, what do you get at the taco place? Oh, okay. Okay. You can mute down. I know it's loud. It's okay. It's all good, right, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am.
It's too loud.
I told them that earlier today. Riser and Zoot were like, "What's he doing?" And I'm like, "Calm down. He's just living life." And they're like, "He's too loud." I'm like, "Well, then have him turn. You guys turn him down." But I'm fine with it. I'm glad that he's here, and I'll tell him when I speak.
I don't know what's going on. We just gotta make sure we protected him.
Exactly. I tell him. I said I'll tell him when I speak with him that if he can, unless he's talking with us directly, to just mute himself, because if not, it's all the sounds of the street and everything, and it's really loud.
Yeah, and then Riser them will start getting on you.
לא שומר, אני מסביר לך שאסור לך לקחת. יש שם נקודות. הרי אם שומרים על שמיטות, על הפירות של שמיטות, אסור לאכול אותם, אפשר. אם אחד שומר על הפרדה שלו, שלא יקלו את העצים שלו, אסור לאכול את זה. אומר לך, זה נשקע, זה שונה. זה לא הפעלת בית ששומר, זה הפסק ששומרים מסתדה של מישהו אחר, רק דרום, ולכן נמצא הפרק שלו. ויש כאלה פיצות, כאילו שני מעניין, אני לא פקד, אבל סתם, דבר מעניין. היה מישהו שרק יחליק, חברה, שבאמירה כספים, מפקים לכל מיני מקומות. ואחד רואה את העובד הזה, מכיר אותו בישיבה, ניגש לה, הוא אומר, שומע לחם, לא יוצא, מה לשמע? הוא אומר, מה אתה לא? איזה שעה הוא מביא את הכסף, הוא מספור, והכל סגור, ולא הוא ייקח אותו למה שלו. כל מה זה.
Where did he go? Where you go? Where you go? Oh, there she left.
Yeah, he'll be back.
I'm looking at that. And I've never been to California. It's just exciting to me, Rabbi.
I know Miss Aquarius.
בשנה השישית, לא בשמית, שמעתם מביא סומה שיורדת בשמית שאסור לסרום את זה, יש לך משנה שעברה, וזה אתה יכול כן לסרום. הוא אומר לנסיעה, אז הוא אומר לו, מגינו, קאובן בנטו, מי שזוכר, מי לא זוכר, קאובן זה חיבור שני מיליון. וואו. What reminded that when we started on this year, we have to like restart the whole thing. Because every time I'm having issues now, doesn't play. You know what I'm talking about? The stuff that I forgot what it is, it's like click out of it and click back in it if you want. זכויות תודה, מה אתם מבינים שנה שעברה? בלי לגמרי זה כמה משלוחה. אז תביא את הרב בשנה שעברה. בשנה שעברה זה היה הרב. אנחנו עכשיו זה קצת, זה איך קוראים לזה, זה קצת יבש. אבל בשנה שעברה זה גם היה כמה, ואתה יוצא די חובה, כי עכשיו תיבד על משהו שהיה כמה בשנה שעברה. כל היום זה לא עובד. כמה בינתיים. וכמה אפשר לעשות פרובו לא, עכשיו צריך כמה, זה לא מספיק שהיה כמה בשנה שעברה. נתמר, שיהיה לו מנכ"ל מדק, אז להביא חדש כמה. איך הוא יודע, זה להזמנת השעה עליו, איך הוא יודע שצריך להיות חדש, משהו אחר, כתוב כמה, לא חדש. הוא תגיד, אנחנו אומרים לו כל אחר. ובלחזור, ושצריכו להגיע מבחינת היבוא לא סביר. לא סביר, כאן נכנס פיתורים, נכנסו מחוז לדעת, ואיפה מפה. אז זה היה הסוגיה שהיה לנו. ואיפה? באיזה סוג תמורה כדומי, לא יודע, איזה בדיקה סוף. אנחנו יודעים שזה סוף, איך אנחנו יודעים? מן הסויד, אנחנו יודעים מן הסויד, הנה לבוא. זה הסגבי, את רואים
Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 3. Get up with Tony Instagram.
Hi everybody, make some noise for yourselves. Where are you? You're the number one live podcast in the world. So that's just a fact. So many fun team members here, part of the show. Great Ryan G, Delta House artist, draws everything. I love this video. It's already started.
There is still concern about hail fragments.
We've been drawing tonight's episode. Jamie Byrne, the one and the only, back on the HTV every young Jamie.
Yeah, he's got a lot of cool, awesome photographer. He also is taking almost every guest in the Joe Rogan experience and it just posters and it has hundreds and hundreds of people. It's awesome.
Speaking of amazing posters, brings me right back to Ryan J. Bell, who made the one and only, the official Kill Tony merch. Kill Tony was technically in my view, we got a Ryan J. Bell. And look at this. I got
She's back. You okay? No worries. It is very noisy out there, huh, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, look. Oh.
Penthouse on Westwood Boulevard.
all his materials kind of like
Ooh.
being like rich and coming up from a good place.
Yeah,
He's got
so
he's got a Maserati, he eats a Wiener Schnitzel every day.
I can't relate to this at all because all that stuff
That
sounds
is
really
good.
nice to me.
That's pure white trash. You're figuring it out, Jeremiah. I had a frappuccino with my Wiener Schnitzel today. I don't see what's wrong with any of it. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This looks like a new name. Put your hands together for Scott James.
You guys, I recently had a birthday, and my mom got me, very useful. She got me this Ancestry.com thing. That's a kit. It's got some paperwork that you fill out, and then you spit into this file and you mail it off. And then they analyze your DNA and tell you what all your genetic makeup is, where all your ancestors come from. And why would my mom give me this? Did she not already know this? Right? That makes sense. Is this her way of saying that, like, dad's in question? Right? Like, I brought my results back. And I was like, Mom, turns out I'm 16% Mexican. She goes, can't do this. Right, 1980. It makes sense. That's it. That's it.
I love it. Scott James. Fuck yeah. I like your style. You're like Ryan Seacrest with the lesser work ethic.
It's very, very accurate.
How long you been on stand-up?
I've been doing about 5 years.
5 years. Where at?
St. Louis.
St. Louis. Fuck yeah. Oh, there's one person from St. Louis.
St. Louis.
St. Louis, level 1 for that one.
You live out here? No, I'm just visiting.
That's fun. What are you in town visiting? Just vacation.
Trying to do this as much as I can, but also like I have a lot of friends for whatever reason.
Whoa, Mr. Popularity. I think
that's the town I live in.
Don't talk to him after the show. He's good. Don't talk to him after the show. He's good.
Right, yeah. You're too many friends. No new friends. No new friends.
You got a wedding going on in your wife? No. Left her in St. Louis.
Wow.
Miranda Child.
What looks like you're not popular with someone right now, then. No?
Yeah, you got it.
Why you look like you were surprised about having to them say that away from you? I kind of waited like,
It's like, did I have to stop still?
I think it's because there's 6 different people talking and then sound effects coming out of left field.
long as mine right now.
It's real disorienting. It's a lot to go on.
So how many bodies you killed? I always think people with big jackets on are murdered.
I'm not gonna say a lot. I'm not gonna say a lot. Like, what's the average? I'd say average.
Average.
How guilty did you feel about purpose? Don't look at the black guy. Look at me. Look at me. Don't look.
That's like barely single. It's like the outskirts. We don't.
Yeah, you don't talk about those people over there, right?
No, funny. My day job, I do floors for a living, and I was working on.
What do you mean you do floors?
I just like do carpets, tile, and shit like that. And we were working on the Ferguson community center like the week that shit happened. And
I got nothing to do with that place. I just work there and make the income that supports my wife.
No,
I only made the floors that these people bled out on. Yeah, slipping on the blood. That's what that sound effect was. Slipping on the victim blood. There it is for you, for those of you that missed it. There's some more car evil. How do you leave your wife and kid in St. Louis and be like, I'm going to head to the horriest city in the country?
I left real early in the morning. No, it's
hilarious.
No, she actually, this was kind of her idea.
She told you to go out there and you need to get out of the house.
She's a good woman. Not enough of those, huh? Good women.
You just said she was a good woman?
Yeah, she's very supportive of my dream. Yeah, I think so. I tried to have her once because it was not big enough. Like, rolls of carpet are hard to get up flights of stairs, and she wanted to help me on a job once, and I was like, yeah, sure, you can lift as much as I can. Why not?
Yeah.
At least for like 30-foot rolls of carpet.
She's 8 months away.
No, it's a hopeful abortion.
Here, I'll take the top. It's heavier up here.
It was a 3-story house. I had my fingers crossed the whole time.
Do you run your material by her first?
Some of it.
We're talking about the carpeting.
Yeah, the carpeting materials.
Do you run it by her?
Jokes? Yeah. Every now and then. That's the kind of rule. If she's in one of the jokes, I have to run it by her to see if it's too, like, she's a flame, I guess.
Plain little white girl?
She's only,
What did she do for work?
She's a bartender.
Ooh.
What the fuck?
Oh, yeah. I've seen this one before.
Very trustworthy bartender.
Yeah, very trustworthy, I bet.
What kind of, I'll be home at 5 a.m.
Why don't
you go to LA for a bit? Everything's going to be fine.
She's so supportive. It was actually her.
Oh my God.
We cut to her just black hawks everywhere. Just, this is not good.
She's getting fucked on a carpet. She's like, my husband installed it.
Don't listen to them. What bar is it though?
Are you gonna really make the trip to St. Louis?
He's headlining there to come
Going down there a couple months.
Your wife's probably gonna tell you that that maybe you should come out to LA. Deal could probably help you get some spots here that weekend, and
it'll be like help you with your material.
Hands.
What are you doing with your hands?
I don't know. It's amazing.
It just feels right.
It's conniving.
Wow, that whole rant was all from him just saying his wife was a bartender. You guys are like, opportunity.
That is the show. How we doing? Scott, tell us something else interesting about you.
It's not a lot.
Okay.
You're very comfortable. Just ridiculously comfortable.
Is your deck all right?
Got the taco. Yeah.
I'm over
There is a little, you're sort of like a little.
I should utilize the mirror. Like, if I look at this way, I just use the mirror.
There's something called being
I ain't got to wait, right? Yes, I have to wait.
I'm a cool guy, you know what I'm saying?
Now it's playing the waiting game.
How else do I put this? I have a lot of friends here. I have a lot of friends. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know what other words I would use. Other than a lot of people like. You're not hearing it in your head. You're hearing it out loud. I just said it. Hey, I'm your friend. All right. So what's the deep one about?
Right.
I just want to share life. I just feel like this is the other story up there as well. I think I'm gonna have to wait. There's another one here too, but I don't know if they're just as little, so they're not always right. Like people would know this, but it's not always a big line. I'm gonna go to the gym tomorrow. I'm gonna have to because I'm staying tonight.
I'm trying to be doing that. And I was thinking like, oh my God.
Yeah, I walked down this road and what's the 7-Eleven, even though this way there's also a 7-Eleven. I've been living in this area since I was like 19, because I live on 30, so I used to like, when I used to feel like, I was like in my early 20s, I used to like walk outside around like 3 or 4 a.m. and just go to like 3 blocks, walk down 3 blocks, to go to like the 7-Eleven to get some candy to do. But yeah, like this area is changed.
I bet he doesn't really
they're building like a
he's just always wanted to say
right here, and you can see like all the construction right here. So I hope they put it in like one of the little retailer spots. Cause that'd be cool. I could be walking down the street and wherever we go. Oh, and then I don't know if you see that white car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took that a lot, and that's not, that's so good. So it's 3 hours driving. I take those a lot.
That was crazy.
You know what? I might take, I take those a lot. But sometimes I just take the Uber Lyft because it's cheaper sometimes in the Waymo. Sometimes the Waymo is not.
I don't know what you did there, but I'd like to see a little more of that.
I'm not ready for that.
I'm probably gonna take one. Tomorrow night. So if you're in here, I'm gonna take it all the way to the gym.
What time do you plan on doing this? Because you know I go to bed around 10 or 11 because I have to look up in this stuff. Yeah, I have to get up there.
Yeah. We'll probably do tomorrow my time. I'm gonna leave after like 8 p.m. like 8:30 p.m.
Okay, well I'll probably be up by then, but I'm telling you, 10 something, I'll just laying down, getting ready to bed.
Yeah, sorry. Because I'll be going to the game, to go see the pop. So hopefully I'll try to do it on the weekend.
Okay.
I've been dating the guys always ask the worst questions.
I might do stuff like that, Rabbi, and just have it on mute. When we be out, when me and Adrian be out and stuff, and be doing with the local concerts, Rabbi, that'd be cool, huh?
You do whatever you want to do, absolutely.
Yeah, you know we having fun, right, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am.
I just put my thing on mute when we be out at noise.
I'm in love with a stripper, she riding, she grinding, not falling. She riding and kissing, I'm in love with a stripper.
Yeah, Joanna Petrie.
And all the girls, she mean a lot.
Okie dokie, Joanna Petrie. Wow, where do we begin there? I love that baby.
We there? We almost home? Are we home? Yay!
What happens to a serial killer?
All right.
She was put to death
In a little bit.
in Texas. Were you a stripper in the past? Have you ever? Yeah, I can tell, right? Yeah, I can tell you're standing like that. You're standing like Voltron. God, you're right. She is standing like a stripper. That's pretty amazing. That just never leaves you, huh? Once you're used to it, you just. There is something to that. That's an interesting observation. You're such a slime ball for noticing that. Now this is interesting. I'm guessing that your stripper name was what? Lavender?
Now, what's the name of that? What's the color?
She only wears multiple shades of
What's the
lavender.
name of that?
Is Petrie really your last name? Like the Petrie?
Now, then, so I can put on my iPad. What's the name of the browser?
Disgusting and growing bacteria.
Orion.
Find on a lab dance booth.
It's not gonna give no viruses or nothing, is it?
I can't guarantee anything, but it's on the. Wait. But I would say the same about any app. You can't guarantee anything, but it's on the App Store, which can tell you it's safe for 99.9999999% of people. I use it. Riser uses it. What happened? What? What happened to your head?
No, your head. Did you see your head when you did that? That was funny. I had a good laugh.
Okay.
I
So.
cried the other day with my I miss my granddaddy.
I know you do, Miss Aquarius.
Because I was changing my sheets. And I was changing my sheets. And I was like, I wish I had granddaddy to help me. Remember when he used to help me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I needed that laugh. No, you was like when you said, when you said 9.9, right? You said 9.
That's right. Well, what I'm saying is nothing is guaranteed for anything.
I know, but I was just laughing at how you did it. I'm sorry.
You're good. If I were you, I would download the Orion app. That will give it. You'll be able to watch YouTube movies without videos without ads. That's what Riser uses. That's what I use when I want to do that. So it works really well.
Okay. I needed that laugh, though. Seriously.
Well, good.
So much you're gonna have to start helping me because it'd be hard. But yeah. I did it though. Hey.
Yes, ma'am.
But I know you're here for me, right? You're here for us, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
If I ever feel like that, you're gonna be there for me. So
do everything I can.
It's hard. This is hard. But we're making it. We're making it. I'm gonna make it something. Oh, my leg. I got to do my leg. Oh, my God. I don't like it. I got to do my leg.
שאתם מביאים משהו קדוש, קדוש, זה לא הכי טוב, זה קדוש. אז גם אפשר להסביר שיש מצב שזה הכי טוב, וזה פחות טוב. איך אתה מבדיל בין גל לגל, בספינה לספינה, ועציץ לעציץ, ומעון?
All right, well, I'm going. I think Jason's done. He's gonna be back when he. So I'm going to go on mute, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And good night, sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams to you as well, Miss Aquarius.
You will, Charlie, and I'm just about to go to bed, baby.
Oh, so what? You're about to go to bed?
Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep. I gotta get up and go to the hair salon and get my hair done and get the stuff taken out of my hair.
Oh, okay, okay.
You about to eat now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, enjoy your food. You don't have me lit here and Rabbi say you went out again.
Yeah.
I know, I'm just playing. I'm just
No, I know.
playing.
It's okay.
Have fun. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy your life.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll see you in the morning.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp?
Good.
Are you gonna call Riser?
No.
Why not? Will you please?
Never.
Why not?
Because he doesn't get the universe.
Okay, but like, can you please like call him? Come on, and then we'll play games.
He's sleeping.
He is not sleeping. He comes in at 8:00. We had plans. Please call him.
I'll just get a message.
So why don't you call Riser?
שרוצים לא לפספס דף, אז עושים כמה שיותר. וואי, שומע, זה נמצא איתי. אתה נעשה 4 דף היום, 4 שיעורים. ומחר 4 שיעורים שככה יהיה לכולם בכיף. ואני צריכים היום לנסה כמה שיותר מהר, כדי שאנשים יצאו לראות את השיעור ושלא יתפספסו. בואו נתחיל עם ספירת העומר. אם זה היום שלכם, אז תזכרו, אני חושב שזה הפעם הראשונה שאני יכול להגיד את היום, זה לא ממש ספיר סובר שלי.
I dumped him.
You dumped him how long after he made the down payment?
Like a month. And that was the worst move. I dumped him for another guy, for a boyfriend. Stupidest move. He said, I would have bought you a car in a heartbeat. He never bought me anything. It was the worst.
True love. Whoa.
I broke up with the guy that was buying me shit for a boyfriend. It was the stupidest thing ever. You know how many likes his love got me? 0. Yeah, that's what I want. I want to be comforted and have somebody to talk to. My fucking ass, Lexus. Wow, I love that. You're a funny fucking person. You're like brutally honest. I like that. So would you be willing to tell us a little bit of what maybe went down that first night when like the car got brought up? Like you remember what songs playing?
Well, what happened was
Oh, Jeremiah, you're about to get a Honda if you keep this up.
So this is what it sounds like. You're in the back room sucking this guy off.
I love that you're the sound effect to put stripper rolls in between music. That is what it would sound like. I'm just gonna let this ring for a little bit for the podcast listeners.
Hey baby, so what kind of car you see?
So you're more of an Acura or a Lexus? Well, my stage name's Lexus, so I might as well be Lexus. Hey, open the door, Jason. Hey, I'm about to buy this bitch a car. You got 15 minutes. Lexus to the front stage.
Oh, I've gotta go.
Oh my god, this is the greatest show of all time. Yeah, I said it. Who would have thought that me and Brian would get really good at this after 3 years of doing this every night? Joanna, you are adorable. I love the fact that you're like honest and you have this real swagger to you, completely fearless.
do you care about this? I like this. Well, like they're feeling.
Welcome to You Didn't Answer the Question with Did You Flano.
Like as a human being? Yeah, but if they send me a dick pic or something and I go, ooh, that's gross, you're disgusting, then they're like, you hurt my feelings. And I'm like, I didn't hurt your feelings, you're disgusting.
You don't like dick pics?
Yeah, it's solicited.
Who told you you was funny, a friend or a client?
No, nobody told me it was funny. I did show people laugh and I thought, oh, this is fun.
Oh, even on stand-up?
Like almost 4 years.
Where are you from?
Modesto.
Whoa. You're doing great for Modesto. Yeah, totally. One might even say you're the Modesto from Modesto. I mean, that one that would say that would have to be, a genius writer and comedic performer.
Hey, is that genius in the Writers Guild, Tony?
What?
I said, is that genius in the Writers Guild?
Yeah. Sometimes even I forget. Yes, he is in the Writers Guild. I don't even think about it. After 5 years being in it, you don't really think about it much, even though I think I mentioned it.
If you go to the Modesto Craigslist page and look for notable people, it's 80%. That's what this is.
Who goes there? You go to the back page. Why would you go to Craigslist? What was your stripper name? Cynthia?
What? That sounds like a librarian.
Yeah, what are you, like a secretary? Here she is.
Here we go. St. Malachi's School gonna bring Cynthia up to the stage.
Seemed like the kind of lady that would wear hard contacts. Is that true? Do you wear solid contacts?
When they brought you to the stage, they were like, she makes one hell of a meatloaf. Cynthia!
night right there. Goodbye. It's not gonna get that good again. That's amazing. You make some meatloaf. Do you know how to make meatloaf? Yeah, it's a lie. That's the first time you've lied up here.
No,
Put your finger in
I
it.
don't like meat.
You don't like meat? You're a vegetarian?
In terms of what you're looking for right now, it seems like it used to be guys who could make it down.
No, it used to be guys with like six-pack abs. Now it's more the guy with the flexes, you know?
Right. Now it's a guy that's just fat,
It's a different kind of
gluttonous with a checkbook.
Wait a minute, yeah, man, I'm here with 6 packs and big dicks. Wow.
A few.
What's the biggest dick you've had? Are you serious?
Just for
Get the fuck out of here!
for a short time.
You fucked him?
It was just for a short time. It was like a challenge.
Okay,
Wait a second.
for those of us,
Lexington Steel? No, bring up Lexington.
bring
fucking
up
Steel.
Lexington Steel. Google Lexington Steel
Guys,
throughout the
surprised.
audience right
You
now.
don't have to look it up. It's your wallpaper, Brian.
No, this dick is up here now.
That's it.
This is Lexington Steel's dick.
Wait a second. So how does the you're saying not for a long time? I don't know what that
Okay,
means.
because my friend invited me.
Ew!
It didn't look. That's a bad photo.
Oh my goodness!
That's
Ryan's
a
gonna
bad
pull a shell.
photo.
It looks like that's what I'm. If we put that in you, that shit have to come out your mouth like.
It's not even.
If you Google Lexington Steel's dick, it's actually a snake that looks like a dick.
You need another computer.
Was the agreement that he'd have to put it down, take it down on your broken pussy's medicine?
Oh.
No, it was a challenge. It was a challenge.
What do you mean it was a challenge?
My friend invited me to this orgy type of situation.
Yeah, go
But
on.
it was Lexington Steel and like 2 of his buddy porn star guys.
I see that in the reflection of the mirror.
Hey, guys. Jesus Christ.
Okay,
Brian.
Oh,
Brian, stop it. This is a distraction. This is bad
Alright,
Don't make it bigger,
Hey,
Brian.
man, no! Hey, man, no!
Alright, that's it.
I can't stop looking!
Brian,
I
turn it
can't
off.
stop looking with that!
Take that off the screen.
Anyway.
Whoa, get it off!
I want to hear the story because
Okay,
this is
I
a
had a short
podcast.
turn.
No.
I had a short turn
She'll end up
with
slicing off her head.
very short term with Lexington. And my friend had tipped him off and said, Johanna likes really dirty, talk dirty. So he started talking
Can you give us an example of what he said?
Shit! Oh, shit!
we're on the plantation. All this stuff is
Fuck yeah, Dion Unchained. Oh shit.
Damn, my dick hard right
Yo,
anyway, he started talking this slave stuff.
Johanna, you have to give us an example of what he said. You must have some recollection. Can you?
We're on the plantation. He's my slave.
I want you to say it like he said it to you in your ear.
What?
Dion, can she say the N-word for this?
Yeah, I'm not gonna say nothing, but I'm gonna make a few phone
Johanna, please.
Okay, but then he starts switching it to, you're my white bitch.
Right.
And I got offended.
Now
and
I want to
stopped.
know the slave
If
stuff.
I was talking dirty to you, I'd be like, I want you to wear that.
Oh, it's Can you?
Red Band might know his, there was another
He called.
spread.
Okay, we're not gonna. I don't need to know.
Anyway,
All right.
I just switched back to the white.
You didn't like that, so that offended you. Right.
invited to
And
an
you
orgy.
weren't as
You show up for the orgy.
Yeah.
And then
You show up for the orgy. You take a 19-inch black cock inside of you, but he calls you a bitch.
He calls you a white bitch, and that's...
Oh, excuse me, I didn't know this was this kind of orgy.
She's like taking like multiple dicks. She's like, I'm a penis.
Everyone just pulling dicks out of everywhere. I did not know that this was this kind of party.
Oh, shit.
Johanna. I love this show.
I love that this is being broadcast.
Well, this is all stuff that you have to be talking about. This is what, look how funny it is. Look how it's moving the real. This is what I try to do with people when they're up here. Is I try to figure out what the fuck is interesting about them. And we just found out, there's a lot interesting about you. Is there anything you want to plug before you leave other than your pussy and your asshole?
I just want to make a public service announcement.
You want to need your phone?
Public service announcement. If you're doing interracial sex, the black person is the only one that's allowed to bring up any of that sleep.
Oh, wait, you think you're teaching us something right now? Johanna, with that, please sign up again. Will you please come back and do this show? And you are cool as fuck. Johanna Petrie, wait, her very first time on Kill Tony. I'm fucked with her. You know what? Something to be learned from that, people. You answer the questions honestly instead of trying to be funny. A bunch of crazy shit can always happen. Everybody always wants to answer funny and make it a high pressure situation. Just tell the fucking truth about her life. She can take that and write shit up. That's exactly what I'm saying. Just like earlier with Sarah, you gotta notice sometimes what's in the area and how fucking everybody knows what the video is. And
I want to know, if she could take the whole thing. I doubt she took the whole thing down. She probably put little where she got I got this deep in.
I don't know. I wanted to fuck her, but I know that I would work it. I would have to.
Yeah. She didn't lean her into the belly or anything. She worked her way all the way up.
That's why you go to the hospital, get the daddy stitch. And then
She actually wasn't wearing things.
We're just jumping up there.
Yeah, Johanna, you're cool as fuck. One more time for Johanna Petrie. All right, guys. Maybe we'll get one more out of the bucket at the end, but we have two regulars. The break performer, Brandon, in every single week for last week and has the hardest job. Yeah, one of the hardest gigs in comedy, where you get performing with Brandon in every week on the show. He's talking like the media about it. Going up first this week, we switched it up a little bit. You know her as one of the regulars here on Kill Tony, one of the funniest writers.
I hate passive aggressive people. I hate them so much. I want to go for Trump just so that all the passive aggressive people can shrivel up and die. Because passive aggressive is such a first world privilege. You never hear people in third world countries going, yeah, well, I wish someone would pick the maggots off my toes. That never happens. No one's ever like, yeah, no, yesterday I sold our baby for a pair of socks. I thought you knew. Doesn't happen. No one ever in history of ever has been like, this water I'm drinking has E. coli and my dead sister in it, but it's fine, whatever. Because they're actual fucking problems. If you have time to be passive aggressive about a problem, it's probably not an actual problem.
58 seconds. I can already tell you exactly what's going on there. That very last part that you said right at the very end, you think the absolute beginning, you're being you're being probably 6 seconds. You just did what's before. You're in. That shit was actually funny. Like, but being creative comedy genius, I can see exactly what you were getting at, and I know exactly how to rearrange it because I mean, fucking your examples were very funny. Just old Miller Lite that on the stage, all I do is over set up everything. Number one, what's the next day? The broadcast has the rest of thank you so much. And then once you have a short setup, you're already getting class. You get all the those about how there's other shit that doesn't go on in other countries. And then you're already in the next spot. So I agree with them. I'm not going to do this.
It's a play.
I think it's something that I sort of like about this show and work through it. I think that's where did you guys look up? So, fine. So, I just know how you feel, and I want to give you a hug. How adorable. They can really relate to each other. Good, I'm just trying to help out. No, I'm serious though, but I was yeah, but you think that that's Vanessa, you're doing it. Pretty girls don't think about how pretty they are. They just know it. You're very, very smart and funny. You just gotta take that lesson of tricks. Just set up the whole never. You'll be like, I wish I would have heard more about that setup. It's the fun of the joke after Vanessa, thank you so much. A new 60 seconds from Vanessa Johnston. We did it again. We have one other regular. Vanessa, confident, swagger. Our other regular is the opposite. She is, if Vanessa is a Jedi, this one is like a It's the funniest thing you've ever said. That's so fucking funny. Yes, she's nervous, she's fun, she's not going to apologize or stumble through any part of what she's about to say whatsoever, because that's just not going to happen. She's going to talk about the stuff she wants to talk about. It's going to be great when she talks about that. Silence, Melissa Esslinger, everybody.
I got in trouble a lot when I was a kid for talking too much. I was a real badass. My mom, well, I would sit in the back of the car when she was driving and I would count, but I didn't know what came after 29. So I would just start back at 20 and 28, 29, 20. So my mom was never worried that I would be kidnapped ever. They would definitely bring me back. I discovered when I was 4 years old that if you say the same word over and over again, it starts to sound weird. I found that out with Garfield. Whoa. My mom would just be like, Melissa, would you please just breathe between sentences? Maybe just not say the sentences. It would make us turn the TV off at dinner time.
Fuck yes, Melissa Esslinger. Look at that! Look at that! No apologies, no hesitation. Probably the fucking set of the night.
She was masturbating the whole time with her hand in her pocket or something.
Yes. She's nervous. That's her style. It's about when she's knuckle deep or something. I gotcha. Keep going until it gets gross enough for a reaction. I gotcha. That was great, Melissa. You did it. That's what it's like when you don't say I'm sorry and everything 10 seconds into it or 2 seconds into it. You get your ideas across and you showed strength the entire time. You stayed in the pocket and you fucking delivered. It makes me so happy when you do shit like this.
That Garfield show is great.
Garfield, as far as the comedians on stage, that was the highlight. On stage. And set-wise, he won the night, and that's that.
Maybe say Garfield more, like Garfield, or something like that.
Just keep working it out your way with your thing, you know what I mean? And like, just play with it a lot, Keep doing it on a stage time and figure it all out.
Yeah. You know what I love about that Sask? Is that no one else but Melissa could have done that scene.
Oh, that's not true. One of a kind. And that's what I always say almost every week, is that you are writing in your voice, which is priceless, because that means that every single minute that you're writing on the show goes to the overall set. So literally, when you have a set like that, that's 1 minute out of 58 minutes that makes up a fucking special, and that's a year and 7 weeks. You always have a set like that. It's just simple science. Dion, cool. Anything else for Melissa Esslinger?
No, keep going.
Benji?
And your beauty is distracting.
Yeah.
By the way, don't ever call me.
Sorry, we switched to this. Benji, anything else for Melissa? Melissa Esslinger's on Twitter. Melissa Esslinger, Vanessa John Stew. Ryan J. Ebel drew tonight's episode. This is what the drawing looks like. Live audience, you can buy a Kill Tony poster, limited edition, after the show if you want, on the patio. That's Ryan J. Ebel. He just drew that for tonight. Jamie Vernon on the HD camera. Josh Martin Comics opening for me at the Wilbur Theater October 8th. Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins.
Hey, listen to my music. Yeah.
Reagan Watkins.
At Patty Reagan, at Jeremiah Stand Up.
Joel Jimenez, one of the best in the world. We love you very much. Maximo Weinberg. Dion Cole, anything else coming up you want to plug or promote?
Yes. So, June 6th, look out for season 2 of Angie Tribeca on CBS. Steve Carell, Rashida Jones, and myself, Jerry Burns. June 25th, Comedy Central special. Cold-Blooded Seminar on Comedy Central, June 25th. And keep watching Blackish and Barbershop. Go see Barbershop.
There you go. Go see Barbershop. Benji Apollo. Anything else for you? You got to watch the Nikki Glazer's Not Safe show. Benji's one of the main writers for Nikki Glazer's show.
Yeah, currently writing on Not Safe with Nikki Glazer on Comedy Central. It returns in June. Watch episodes from the first part of the first season online. It's on the Comedy Central app. All over the internet.
Live audience, thank you so much. This is Kill Tony. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you. It's the #1 live podcast in the world. Put your hands together for yourselves for making it up. Believe it or not, I'm the host of the show, Tony. I like it like that. Everybody does. Nice, quiet, and super fucking weird. And the part where you realize when you're announcing the name and you don't even hear yourself, what's the point of even?
I knew what it was. See, we've been using the back mixer for Pat, so Josh forgot to turn it.
I shouldn't have wanted an explanation. Everybody, welcome to the show. One more time, let's see how loud we can get it for our people listening on Ustream. Make some noise Monday night. Yeah, here we are. Here we go. That's how the show starts. Welcome, everybody. I'm very excited. For those of you watching on Ustream right now, if you live near Nashville, Tennessee, we're going to be there this Sunday, so that's for you guys. And a bunch of other fun stuff coming up, too. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm doing Kansas City, so if you're from there, I'm doing there first week of June. I'm in the Bellevue Parlor Live in Seattle, June 24th and 25th. We're rescheduling Kill Tony for somewhere near there soon. That clown place that you like, that was important, right?
Yeah.
June 30th, July 1st, I'm in St. Louis for the very first time. And La Jolla, August 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th, I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma, 10th, 13th. Look at this is an announcement. I'm at the Punchline Comedy Club, headlining the 13th and 14th in San Francisco, and the 15th and the 16th in Sacramento.
And next week we're going to be in the main room of the Comedy Store doing Kill Tony.
And October 8th, I'm in Boston, Massachusetts, in the Wilbur Theater. I have to promote these dates because I have to fill up these venues. It's very hard to do. Yeah, we're in the main room next week, and that's going to be epic. I'm warning you guys right now that it's going to be out of control. And I have a special super surprise for you guys. Tonight's episode will also be out of control. After 156 episodes, you are at the final belly room. Kill Tony.
Wow. That's actually pretty sad.
We've evolved a lot. There used to be no Jamie Vernon on the HD camera.
And there isn't tonight either.
Ryan J. Ebelt is here. He draws every single episode. He has a blank sheet of paper in front of him right now. By the end of the episode, that's going to be filled with tonight's episode. You have to see it to believe it. You can meet him and buy a Kill Tony poster after the show on the front patio. One more time for Ryan J. Ebelt, ladies and gentlemen. His work's on RyanJEbelt.com. He's the artist of Kill Tony, and he sells the official Kill Tony poster at RyanJEbelt.com. This, however, is one of my favorite parts of the show. It has been, for those of you that have been listening for a long time, you know the last few months have been insane at our KickCon chemistry with our new favorite fucking thing in the world. It's the band, the one, the only Regan and Watkins, everybody. Here they are. They have lemonade.
Oh, they're giving out lemonade to the audience.
And they are pouring it in cups.
That's very nice.
Very low quality lemonade for those of you paying attention. It is Minute Maid.
Wow.
It's very, I don't know if they thought this was going to happen quickly.
Thank you.
They could have pre-poured these and saved a few minutes of dead podcast airtime. But, I mean, so far, fuck yeah. All right, Regan and Watkins.
Oh, that's not lemonade, by the way. Do not drink that. That's a terrible joke, guys.
Yes. No mic on the band.
Yeah.
There it is.
We're here.
The queen is Jeremiah. Who's that?
Queen Tony.
came back with a couple cartons of Minute Maid lemonade, and
only the finest for Tony.
Wait, what is this new character?
Oh my god, we saw Beyonce this weekend. Anyone else see Beyonce this weekend? Woo! Woo!
Participation.
Now, last week you guys came out to Rihanna's Umbrella, and you did a whole act out with that. I was on Twitter today, and somebody said my mind was blown that Tony thought that song was 3 years old, and I made fun of you guys. I really thought it was about maybe 4 years old, and I looked it up. 9 years old that song is.
Queen, 9 years.
So, do you guys think maybe there's a chance that in your unconscious minds, like me making fun of you for doing such an old reference last week, made you do something with a brand new reference that made almost 0 sense whatsoever?
Yes! What do you think, Tony? Silly question.
Fuck yeah, baby! Yes, we have been on a run with about 12 of our best episodes of all time, and I've been waiting for moments like this to happen continuously from the start of the show.
Who's ready for a clunker of a show?
Fuck yeah. Snoop's ready. Sounds like Snoop's ready. This place is in such a ruckus, I almost spilled my needless lemonade that I'm never going to touch. Oh, which reminds me, when it comes to drinks that I don't want to spill, Adam Carolla's Mangria wine cocktail, ready to drink, original orange. Oh my god, this is the worst. If we pull out of this, it's going to be unbelievable. This is just a hot tailspin right from the get. Yeah, this is how a lot of plane crashes happen. A lot of people get scared midway through the air when you feel a little turbulence. Literally, 95% of all plane crashes, fun fact, happen on either the takeoff or the landing. We're on the takeoff right now, and not looking good. I think a couple engines are blown out.
I think a couple minds are already blown, I'll tell you that much.
We are 0 for 11 on all jokes, including myself. There has not really been a single real cop in this room yet tonight. There's been a lot of attempts on everybody's part so far. Really not one overall consensus that any single thing's been funny. I don't know. Should we start over again? Just maybe one more time.
We got more lemonade.
We got more cups. We got cups and lemonade. And there's a lot more Beyonce.
Before we bring up tonight's guest, I do want to have this one interaction with you guys. I don't know if you noticed this yesterday, but I thought it was funny on my way over here. I thought about it. Last night, a guy tweeted at me something. I was like driving. Yeah, it's not that Irvine. I'm like going over, but I saw something like, can you tell me what Pat Reagan's Twitter handle? At Tony Hinchcliffe, can you tell me what Pat Reagan's Twitter handle is? Because I want to tell him, what a killer he is on the show. It's like what I saw. And I said, driving, like I'm going like 80 on the freeway, and I'm like, at Patty Reagan. And I sent it to him, tagged this thing in it, right? And then I see him tag both of us, and he goes, at Tony Hinchcliffe, at Pat Reagan, Pat, I just want to let you know, you're the worst, shut up. Don't ever talk during the show. You kill every episode. And it turns out that what he was saying was that you killed the show. And what I read was like, you kill on the show.
He was thinking I killed the momentum. I don't read those negative comments. Not me taking to be my lifetime.
Oh man. Can we undo the Beyonce thing? Is this possible? Maybe we should.
I don't know. Can you undo women empowerment? I don't know.
See, I like that part of the impression a lot. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of fun every single week. We're going to do it again. Are you guys ready to meet tonight's guest, ladies and gentlemen? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm excited for all of you. One of my best friends, one of the funniest human beings in the world. You know him, you love him. Ladies and gentlemen, he's the Postmaster General, Jeffrey Ross. Ladies and gentlemen, he's here live in the flesh. You fuckers are done clapping? Are you serious? You come to this room.
Tony.
Yeah.
Why are you yelling at them? They're a great crowd.
I know.
Oh, wow.
Look at
What is
this
this guy doing
failed his SATs already. Is everything all right? Are you running a suicide note? It's a great crowd.
Yeah.
How you guys? Have a hand for the band, aren't they great?
You're right. Sometimes some sound issues throw me off, Jeff, and I go a little crazy right at the beginning. It seems like it's one of the easiest things to ever figure out in the entire world. And we
Sam and the belly roast is sort of.
That's true.
I wouldn't take it out on you.
The sound is.
Sam Kinnison's mother is the sound here. That's why he started screaming at you.
Yeah.
It's a famous riff, the belly roast. There's ghosts here. Speaking of ghosts, Brian is here.
This is one of the most historical rooms in comedy, and a lot of people are talking because, ladies and gentlemen, Roast Battle, which Jeff is a huge part of, every single Tuesday here in the Comedy Store Belly Room, is going to Comedy Central. Yeah, that's new. Started right here, just like us a few years ago, and we've been making Mondays and Tuesdays nuts here for 3 years.
Comedy Store is having a ball?
Yeah, it's really wild.
Tony, Brian, is everything all right? You getting a window seat for your gig?
No, I'm getting ready for the show. Yeah, it's an exciting time.
Tony, how's it going?
It's going good, man.
Why don't you plug 6 more dates before the show?
Well, I have to do it in the beginning. There you go. Yeah, blow the horse on that one. Good one, Brian. Yeah, no, I have to get it out there because I'm touring. I'm all grown up now.
You know who else is on tour? Beyonce. Beyonce's on tour now.
Oh, I love Beyonce.
Me too. Oh, us too.
This is your first time on the show with the new band, right?
Did you guys see Beyonce?
Yeah, we did.
Are you so good? Halfway through, I got my period. First time.
So silly.
So, Jeff, it's been a while since you've been on. Welcome back to the show.
Great to be here, Tony.
I also want to mention that you have one of the coolest comedy specials that I've ever heard see coming out. We can talk about it, right? Your last special, you went to a federal prison and roasted prisoners in this special, and it was epic, by the way. If you haven't seen it, get it on iTunes or ComedyCentral.com ASAP. And now, for his new special coming out, I believe, do you know the release yet? But in a few months. Keep your eyes peeled. It is Jeff Ross roasts the Boston Police Department, live from Boston, Massachusetts.
Little incest. Little father-son incest.
I never would have guessed that police officers would give that type of response, but it got sexual.
You never spent time in Boston, By the way, Tony will be at the Wilbur in October.
Yeah, that's true. October 8th. Some tickets still available.
Yeah, like 500.
Actually, like 700.
Talk about a Boston cream pie.
One could say that joke was a Boston massacre.
Or some true one could say it's a Boston Tea Party.
Wow. You really just, we were just saying Boston over and over again.
Boston, they say Boston. And the cops, the Boston Police Department,
yeah, it's another fun, dangerous, exciting roast special. And, yeah, looking forward to it. But for tonight, you had to start somewhere, and it was doing short sets and crazy rooms and hoping to get advice from cool comedians. So you ready to do this again, Jeff? Audience, are you ready? Here we fucking go. The show begins now. Audience, you know how it works. Comedians, you also know how it works. Comedians get 60 seconds, and your time is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Aw, isn't that cute? Here, let's make it a little louder. 60 seconds is up when you hear the... There it is, yeah. Wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bears. You get it? Huh? Do you get it? Don't run the light. starts with a Bradley? Yep, well then you fucked up. Wow. Pulled another name out of the bucket. The name is Trenton Fawmore. This is the only episode that I've ever wished.
You guys not here?
Only time I've ever.
You guys not here?
Not here.
What's his name?
Trevor Fawmore.
Fuck you, Trevor. Where are you?
That's right. Yeah.
This is your big break. You just handed it to some fucking good nigga.
It's true. Stephen Holloman.
Are you kidding me? Come on! You're pissing Pat and I off over here! What are you doing? Bunch of fucking assholes! They are! You idiots! Get your asses up in there!
Wait a second. The guy that's really too?
What's that?
I think they're scared to come up, but they're here.
Hey, this is Barry coming to life from the world famous comedy show for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 3. One and two, baby. We are live. I am excited about tonight's episode. I feel like everything is going to go perfect. Ryan J. Ebot is here. Josh Martin Coggins, as always, batting 1,000 on the sound in the HD camera. We have one of the greatest musical powerhouses in all of comedy with us. It's Reagan and Watkins. Always ready, always there when I say their name right away with no dead air time. Keeping it consistent again this week. Hey, every week we have an unbelievable guest. How about this? The Roastmaster General Jeffrey Ross is here tonight. Look, I love Mangria. I think it's delicious, but can somebody please tell a waitress that I need a Crown and Coke ASAP? Really badly. Thank you, Josh, so much. I mean, really on the fly.
It's been a tradition where I eat during your...
It's true.
Thank you for the sushi.
Definitely. You got it. Sushi from
I don't mean to walk in.
This is great. For those of you listening to the show, you can check out my dates at TonyHinchcliffe.com. Jeff Ross's unbelievable special coming out. Oh, we really restarted this. I'm not airing the first 15 minutes of this show.
Why? It was great. Why? It's great.
Okay, we're kidding. We'll leave it in.
All we can say is Bro's going to be here. Good to be here, bro.
Oh, yeah. I love these characters that you're doing this week.
Good to be here, bro. What's up, bros?
Oh, we just went to the Jay-Z concert. It's pretty dope.
Oh, yeah, I love Jay-Z.
All right. Ryan.
What's up with you, Jeff?
You mean Beyonce's husband?
Yeah, Beyonce's husband.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of him.
Our girlfriends were out of town.
You were out of town?
Yeah, they went to a concert.
So now while you guys are they're out of town, you guys get together and go crazy?
You guessed it.
Comedians, you know how it works. You get 60 seconds. Your time's up when you hear the sound of a kitty. That means wrap it up then, or else we're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There you go. Yep, that's what happens if you do that. I pulled a name out of the bucket. You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? Your first comedian going up tonight goes by the name of Jarrell Pinostre. There he is.
Allegedly. My sister was babysitting kids from church, and I was asleep in my room, and they were digging into my basketball shorts, and I did the right thing by turning around and looking at the habits, right? But that was the right thing to do, right? Because I prefer to ask them. I felt like they knew what they're doing, you know? Allegedly.
Fuck yeah, Jarrell Benastre. This is your first time on the show, right? Second. Where are you from?
Moreno Valley.
Where?
Moreno Valley.
Where's that at?
Close to Riverside.
Gotcha. How long you been on stand-up? What do you do for work? Artist. Whoa. What do you do there? Is that a middle of the nighttime show?
Yeah.
So what kind of shit do you work in?
Actually, it's 4 to 11.
4 a.m. till 11 a.m.?
Wow. There's a boycott.
There's a boycott on Target, so what?
They don't give me any hours anymore.
Really? Who's boycotting it? Whoa. Why? Do you know why Christians are boycotting it?
Gender neutral.
Oh, that you guys don't have gender.
We have gender neutral.
Oh, gotcha. So, fuck yes, you don't have to go to the ladies' room anymore.
I need to go to the ladies' room. I work in the freezer sometimes, so I get free.
Which bathroom do you go to?
Whichever one's free now.
Whichever one's free. Yeah, dude, yeah.
That's a pretty thin mustache you're working on there.
I'm Asian. It took me 3 months.
Fuck yeah. What do you do for fun when you're not working at Target?
Right now, it's
Other than that.
Hold the mic still.
Yo-yo?
You yo-yo?
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here, really?
Yeah, man.
Do you have a yo-yo on you right now?
Oh, rock that dog. Rock that dog. Rock that dog.
Why don't you show us some of your yo-yo tricks? Let's get some music. Let's get some good yo-yo music, Brian. Brian, do you have any yo-yo music?
Dude, is that a Omega Fireball? 1, 2. Alright, let's get a yo-yo intro. Oh, shit.
Damn, Jarrell! Benastre! Wow. Jarrell, we found something that you're good at.
Hey, ladies, imagine what he can do with your pussy.
Fuck yeah.
Good point.
He can walk the dog and eat it. What do you call those tricks have names that you did? Can you give us like can you sort of describe it verbally what you just did?
Underwater basket.
Basket leaving? You don't even know the names of them.
They should call it like a kick.
Dude, I can rock the cradle.
Can you really? Whoa! Jarrell, can you play the saxophone? Neither can Jeremiah. Oh, here he is. Yeah, that's definitely a cradle, all right.
Okay, wait.
All right, in one of the worst moves in podcast history, we have turned this into some kind of yo-yo show and tell. For those of you listening to the show, I just want to let you know. Oh, dude! Fuck yeah. Jeremiah Watkins. Rocking the cradle.
I lost my virginity to that song, by the way. I was molested by a mariachi.
That's sperm. Jarrell, do you come from a big family? No. Just one sister. What do your parents do for work?
My dad works at a bank.
Mexican vet, huh? Filipino vet. Oh, that makes sense. This way the fucking dogs that die come home for dinner, you know what I'm saying?
Two salty.
Jarrell, do you do a lot of spots? Do you work at it a lot? Oh, really? What are you depressed about?
My girlfriend broke up.
Oh, really? Why do you think that happened? How long were you with her?
Quit playing with your yo-yo and pay attention to me! What are you doing? Stay with us! Look at me! Look at Tommy Hammer! Come on! That's not it! Rock the real dog!
Yeah. I remember back when we used to rock the cradle. Fucking Jarrell. How long were you with her?
Almost 4 years.
Wow, yikes. But what's something you dislike the most about her?
Nothing.
Oh, jeez. Jarrell.
This guy is depressing.
Do you think it's the mustache? You okay, Jarrell? You okay? Well, you know what? You're a good-looking guy. You seem very positive even while you're depressed. You have a big smile on your face. Having fun. You're taking jokes. You're feeling it on the yo-yo, so I'll bet you anything. Stuff like you. If you just keep, go outside at nightclubs at night. You know what I mean? You ever think about going outside at nightclubs when all the drunk girls are coming out and just standing there doing some yo-yo tricks? Maybe bring a little strobe light along with you, a little Bluetooth, play some music. There's gonna be some chick. I'd go stand outside at every Beyonce concert if I was you. And as those girls roll out, they're gonna fall right into your arms. You're an easy target. And you work there too. So,
Jeff, any advice for
Jarrell?
getting into the game? Jarrell, what's your last name?
How long have you been doing comedy?
Just a couple months.
You have a very gentle, nice delivery. Your material's kind of funny. It's not always finishing it. There's some funny ideas in there. But you're relaxed. You're a very natural sort of person. You yo-yo, so you're not afraid of crowds. So I would stick with it. You had fun tonight.
Jarrell Benastre. And by the way, now that you're depressed, you should be writing, because that's when all the funny shit's gonna happen. There he goes, Jarrell Benastre. He's on Twitter at Jarrell_Benastre. JORRELBEND. That's of course, you guys take a moment and really bring your name nice and slow. You'll get your name set right and shit. You know that, right? It's the whole thing. Like this one, for example. Oh, I think I actually know this. German CD, maybe? Motherfucker. This is a weird night. I bet you will be.
Are you using last week's bucket?
Zachary Stein, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
My mom is a racist, and that's hard on me, because I'm like anti-racism, which I know is a very courageous stance to take. And I know some of you might not want to laugh at that. You're like, oh, old white racism is the worst thing there is. But don't worry, my mom's an Arab, so you're fine. But you might be thinking, oh, an Arab racist. Aren't all Arabs racist? And that's a good point, they are. But my mom's different. My mom is a white racist in an Arab woman's body. When she loves white people, hates other Arabs. It's amazing. She's like the Jackie Robinson of white racism. Like, she's coming for your spot, and she's better than you. My mom's like the Jackie Robinson of hating Jackie Robinson. You also might notice I don't look very half Arab. There's a good reason for that. I had a surrogate mother. The official reason for that was my mom was getting up there in years. She had a baby that was increased chance of being born, like stupid or something. But I don't buy that for a second. I just she didn't want it.
Whoa. Jeez, that bear came out really quick that time.
So did something else funny. By the way, nice boner.
Right, seems to be a boner. There's a lot of junk in that trunk.
Yeah,
I want Zachary, first of all, good set. Put your hands good for Zachary, everybody. I want to congratulate you all these years on never shooting your eye out. Like so many people thought you were going to. So many people told you that could happen. You ever do a joke about that before?
No, a lot of people introduced me have, so.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, it's really, they introduce you as a guy who looks like they got their eyes shot out. Wow, a lot of hacks are bringing you up.
Yeah. Why do you eat mashed potatoes?
Zachary, where you from?
Detroit.
Where?
Detroit area.
How long you been in LA?
Since October.
Oh, okay. Been doing a lot of work.
Yeah,
What do you do for a living?
I manage a hair salon in Santa Monica.
How do you get in that game? How does that work?
What up, Zoot? Are you ready to lose?
Hey, Rabbi.
Zoot, I asked you a question first.
I'm ready. Hey, Rabbi, in the future, will you be able to find out where someone's life was at a certain date time?
Yeah.
In the past?
Yep.
How's that one possible?
There are satellites that are recording Earth's surface 24 hours a day, and you just go to one of those.
How old are they?
Arguably, they've been around since the Cold War, at least taking pictures, but perhaps video as well.
They can't see someone's size on the telescope.
Yes, they can. All they have to do is turn on infrared.
So why can't they just solve murder using that technology?
Murders are small in comparison to what that technology is used, and also they don't want to disclose that information, so they might give authorities hints about things using it, but they don't want it disclosed.
That's bad, bro. That's a good bro. I fucked up. Sorry, I fucked up there.
Yes, you did.
I should have played 3 times. Are you ready for 100? Did you just say that I go a full house? Rabbi, 2 6s here.
It's a very high charge.
It's a house this month. Did I get a small scrape? Rabbi.
What up, Zoo?
Not a bad bro. Is that a bad bro?
It's alright.
I would have gotten a lot of food. I would have gotten 5 food if I just fucking left the 2.
Shoot.
In the future, what word might we be allowed to say?
Perhaps all language.
All language?
Yeah, everything might be telepathic.
Why would everything be telepathic?
Well, that's how aliens work. Allegedly.
How do you know that?
They have been alien abductees, you say that?
Do they speak English?
Do they speak what?
Do they speak English?
They can communicate to you telepathically in whatever your language is.
There's no proof.
Okay. Fuck, Zoo.
Where's the person? Where's the person aliens?
We're not watching this stuff right now. We watch these documentaries all the time. You need to watch the documentaries we've seen, dog.
Do you think the Trump administration has released the information on aliens this year?
No.
Why not? They said they were going to do it next month.
Alright. I believe it when I see it, son.
Why do you think they're protecting the alien evidence?
It has a huge impact on defense and energy and religion.
Are aliens mentioned in religion?
In what?
Are aliens mentioned in religious texts?
Some Christian books.
Okay.
Why did you just say I don't care?
Said no one cares about the Christian books.
There are like a billion people who do.
2 billion.
Okay.